resources that are at your disposal, and then benefit others, benefit your community, benefit your neighbors, and so on and so forth. The other time, we were in Bali, and we were having a training for religious leaders, the imams, basically. The imams from one of these sub-counties of around Siroko district. No. And then we were training them in community engagement skills. And we were discussing say, excuse me, Mr. Trainer or facilitator. Is it true that the religious leaders, is it true that imams are not supposed to give in offertory? In other words, giving an offertory in the mosque. And then I was like, wait, is this true? Is it true that imams are exempted from giving in offertory? Of course, it wasn't true. But the young man brought this idea, this argument up, simply because he has never seen one doing so. And this is what the Quran has said, that they do not stop at believing in the unseen. They go a step further and get and spend from what God has provided them with. So we also spend, religious leaders must spend. We spend time, that's good. We spend money, that's good, that's great, in the cause of humanity. Okay? And this is what I wanted us to begin with. That what makes us different is that we believe in the unseen and spend what is at our disposal in the cause of saving or helping others. Now, we were talking about stigma. Of course, people have their reasons why they do stigmatize others. People have reasons. And their reasons are okay with them because this is what they believe in. But to put the record straight, it is not divine. It is not godly to stigmatize others on the basis that for you, you are holy. That you are holy, you are sacred, you are pure. Okay? Yes, it is not true, by the way. The Quran says so. In Quran chapter 53, I think verse 16. It's called God says, it is He who created you and knows you better. And He monitored you right from your mother's womb. God was aware of who you are. And God is aware of who you are now. And God is aware of who you will be tomorrow. Okay? Therefore, it is not true that you are pure, that others are impure. This is why he said, فَلَا تُزَكُّوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Please don't proclaim to be so godly that others are evil, that others are not worthy. It's only you, simply because you put on a collar, you put on a council, and then you lead people in the congregation, then that makes you different. No. If we were to reflect back 20 years from now, are you the same person you were 20 years back? Are you the same person you were 30 years back? The answer is no. The answer is no. You are not the same person you are today 20 years ago. You are not. It simply means you are a changed person. So it simply means even others have a room to change. Even others have a room to do better. Because we do believe, me and you, we've not been the same people we are today. This is why God says, فَلَا تُزَكُّوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Do not proclaim that you are pure. Why? Because God knows who you are. God knows who you are better than yourself. Okay? Now, it is not Islamic and it's not Christian, I'm sure, to say that we are going to discriminate against these people because they have transgressed. We are going to discriminate against these people because they have done what is contrary to the divine laws of God. No. Had it been the case, those who are there, who are leading us in the church, in the mosque, 30 years ago, had they behaved the same way we try to behave today, maybe you wouldn't be a Christian today, you wouldn't be a good Muslim today, but they were patient with you, people were patient with your behavior, people were tolerant with you. They could say, wow, let us give it time. Now, there are certain characteristics or there are certain things that make us more unique, especially religious leaders. There are certain things. Yesterday I was telling the bishop and Madame, they were saying we have the power. We have the power. That's great. But who gave you this power? Did you apply for it? Did you apply to get the power? So God chose you because He saw you suitable for this work. Being a pastor, being a sheikh, being an imam, being a religious leader, whatever level, does not come out of the blue. It simply means God looks into His people and then chooses you because He knows that you are the best who can do it better. It takes politicians so much money, they spend a lot of money to gather people to come and listen to them. They spend a lot of money and resources for them to be able to talk to the masses. But thank God, when people hear that the Reverend is going to say something, the Imam is going to say something, they voluntarily come and attend, and they listen. When they come and listen, is it because you're going to pay them at the end of the session? No. This is something that is divine. God has chosen you. God has picked you out of so many people because He saw something unique in you and realized that you could give the masses a lead. Okay? Therefore, this is why being a religious leader does not necessarily mean that you are the most knowledgeable of all. No. Being a religious leader does not mean that you are the richest of the rich. No. On the contrary. But when God chooses you to be the religious leader He wants you to be, He gives you the following. 1, humility. Humility. Politeness. When you talk, people feel the godly talk in you. When you walk around, people feel the godly walk in you. It is so rare for a genuine religious leader to be polite. Why? Because God chose you to deliver. This is why He's providing you with the gift of humility. What else does God give you? God gives you civility. Civility. This is why when you do something that is contrary to what the public expects from you, then people like, even the man of God can do this. But the man of God does not mean that he lacks blood. Okay? But people expect something that is so much genuine and unique, so much unique from you. This is what God gives: civility, humbleness. I like it when I see most of the Reverends and especially the Roman Catholic Church. And the Church of Uganda, I've always seen this. The way they deliver, the way they talk. Very humble, but very serious. Very humble, but in a very serious manner. They will always deliver their messages to the public. That's what they will say. That is the humbleness you're talking about in speech. Okay? What you are saying is very powerful. Very, very powerful. But again, how you say it in a very humble manner. Why? Because God says so in the Quran chapter 7 verse 5. I wish the IT people could project what I'm reading. This verse says, why are we humble? Because the message that we are trying to deliver to others is extremely very weighty. A very weighty word. Very heavy. That if it reached your brain, if it reached your mind, you cannot remain the same person. This is a godly message. Therefore, having seen that we are doing God's work, and God chose us to be leaders in this, it simply means that we have to do something right, extremely right. When it comes to discrimination against anything, and in this context against people who are living with HIV and AIDS, I've always told my people that today you are alive and kicking, alhamdulillah, say you are alive. Today, you are maintaining a very good health. people respect you, you enjoy the respect of the community, you have the authority, you can say something and it is done. You have everything at your disposal. Alhamdulillah. Okay? You're okay. But me and you are not so sure of what's coming tomorrow. Tomorrow, how are we going to be? Are we going to be the same person? Or circumstances are going to force us to become some other people, somebody else? The authority that we're enjoying today, tomorrow you might not enjoy the same authority. The respect you are enjoying it today, you have no guarantee that you will enjoy the same respect tomorrow. The good health we are enjoying today, it is not guaranteed tomorrow that we shall enjoy the same. Okay? What does it simply mean? It means that if you are on the other side of the table, you are not so sure whether circumstances shall not force you to leave that side and then sit on the other side of the table. It is so likely. So today, as we talk and we mock at others because of who they are, we never know tomorrow we might be the same person who we mocked at. Maybe some person. Therefore, this is why the Quran says so. Kindly consider the Quran chapter 49, verse 11 to 13. 49, verse 11 to 13. Very lengthy. That God is trying to guide us on how we should behave. In fact, that chapter is called the chapter of behavior. One of the names of the chapter. Chapter of Gujarat. Yeah? Chapter of behavior. What is as if trying to tell us how we should behave in a given society. And then he says, a group of people should not look at others. It could be that the former is far much better than the latter. Okay? Today, we are here. Tomorrow, we don't know where it shall be. Today, we're HIV negative. Tomorrow, we might seroconvert. And then we become HIV positive. It is very possible. So there are those possibilities. You can't prove them away. They are there. But where they are there, we should just learn how to live with others that are affected, or if they are infected or affected by the virus called HIV. Okay? Because it is very, 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 very possible that you sit on the other side of the table. I've always told people that it is important to, how do I put it? They call it empathy in counseling. Yeah? You're empathetic. Huh? Put yourself. Exactly. You put yourself in some other person's shoes. Okay? And try to understand him. And try to understand the situation that is going through. And try to appreciate what the man or the woman is going through. Okay? Otherwise, in Uganda, they always say, I would like to be treated the same way I treat you. If you treat others well, the assumption is you also want to be treated well. So if you don't treat others well, then the assumption is you shouldn't be treated well. Okay? That's it. So the verse, but whatever, sorry?
Preach it, brother.
So the verse was saying is in chapter 49, verse 11 to 30. That's number one. Number two is what we said earlier. That none of us here should convince himself to say, I'm more holy, I'm more nearer to God than any other person. No. See what the Quran says. That inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. The best of you is he who fears God most. The best of you is not one with a PhD in religion or whatever discipline. No. The best of you is not the best when it comes to politics, no. But the best amongst you before the Almighty God is one that fears God most. What makes you think that the person whom you are discriminating against is not a God-fearing person? It could be a God-fearing person, and he is far, far much better than you are. Far, far much better than you are. This is why God gave us the wisdom, the guidance in the Bible, in the Quran, giving us how we should behave with others, how we should interact with others in various circumstances. In various circumstances. So, as I conclude, I know time is not our best ally, but we would love to thank our God for this time. We would like to thank God for having made it possible for us to come here and share. We have heard from the Bible, and we have also heard from the Quran. We realize that the two have so many in common. The two have so many in common. Actually, what brings us together is more than what divides us as Muslims and Christians. Okay? Whatever I've quoted here in the Quran, I'm sure there are the same things that would be quoted from the Bible. I beg to stop here, and I ask the Almighty God to accept our endeavors. I ask him to lead us the way and continue giving us the wisdom and capacity and ability to fight against HIV, discrimination, and stigma at large. Thank you.
Ali, for the message that you brought to us this morning. I have had to take notes seriously because the message was very straight, it was piercing, and I am not any better. I think it is important for us to do a self-reflection from this message. How am I? Am I any better than those people that are still stigmatized? How do I judge them? You know? We always hear about what was the stigma, judging them. judging them before we even hear their story. How sad. Thank you, Sheikh Ali, for reminding us to be humble, to be polite. Civility, very, very, very important. To know that we are just, it's God's favor, really. We are here just because God has favored us. As leaders, as religious leaders, as leaders in our various capacities, let us be tolerant. Thank you, Sheikh. I have learned several things from your sharing, and I believe several of us, as we are here, all of us have picked something. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Are you all well? Yes. Are you all well?
Yes.
Amen. It's very important for us to thank God that we are well this morning. There are people who didn't make it this morning. They start thinking they will wake up in the morning, but they don't wake up. So we need to thank God for that. And thank you for yesterday, for your level of engagement. We had deep discussions, as you recall, and we now are going to have two people sort of remind us what we went through. It will be quick because we don't have much time. So I would like to invite John and Beatrice. They'll just do a quick recap, and then we'll follow through after that. I invite you to turn to your day two program.
Thank you so much. Praise God and good morning, everyone. My name is John Okonga from University of one of the listeners, the first listeners. Yesterday we began with a devotion that was led by Bishop Yona Catholic. And then they led us in a devotion, and he had a team that he works with that was comprised of Mrs. Grace Napesa and Francis Lodi. They led us here in worship with songs, and then our bishop took us in a reflection, like a devotion or preaching, which was entitled Affirming the Fullness of Life. And his emphasis was the leaders should be engaged in programs and activities that will eradicate HIV and all the stigma around it and so that. And he talked about the need for combined efforts between different religious sectors. And he also said something about the faith healing thing that goes around nowadays. So he emphasized that we should seek God, we should teach Christians to be aware of this HIV and AIDS and to fight it and all the stigma around it. After the devotion, we had self-introduction where everyone introduced themselves, and there was some expectation that were raised from a few of the members, and I think they written that on that board. Yeah, by around 9:20, we had Dr. Stephen Watiti, who came and enlightened us on coronavirus pandemic and all the tests around it and the stigma and all the discrimination and so on around it. But most importantly, he talked about the myths surrounding this coronavirus vaccine. Why most are fearing to go for it, and he told us that we should be confident and go for this vaccine. It did not come harmful. So we had a tea break at around 10 a.m. and then our moderator, Madam Pope, invited a series of speakers who came basically to bring like greetings from the different organizations they work for. And the first one was Reverend Florence Bukenya from UNERA, who talked to us, telling us what UNERA is, and Irela and activities they engage in, and all the things that they do in trying to eradicate HIV and AIDS, and trying to work upon all the stigma around it. After her, we had Mr. Dennis, one, our side, from PEPFAR. He also came and brought things from PEPFAR and told us about how PEPFAR has been contributing towards eradication of HIV and all the stigma around it. PEPFAR being under the president's office. So after Mr. Dennis, we had Madame Sarah, who is a member who was sent from USA, different from USA. Yeah, that is United States Agency, and AIDS comes in. So they work together with WCC, with Uganda AIDS Commission and PEPFAR and other agencies to try to eradicate AIDS and HIV, and under the office of the president listed to ask the districts that are most affected by this HIV pandemic, especially when the new infections are, and highlighting the Kampala, Wakiso, Mukono district, the central districts, and Mbarara being part of them. And then from WCC, World Council of Judges, we had an online presentation from Reverend Tony Njiro, who talked to us what WCC is, the activities they engage in, and how they're trying to support the young people, they support other organizations in the fight for the fight against HIV and other related things like pandemics around. So after her, we had our keynote address from the guest who was Dr. Nelson Musola, and he addressed us on so many issues concerning the widespread infections among young people. He said the infections, especially HIV/AIDS, is highly among the young, and young means 14 to 24, and girls especially. So he talked to us about the sexual debut being lower in boys than in girls. Sexual debut means the first time someone engages in a sexual interaction. And he talked to us about the prevalence of heterosexual relations and the mother-child transmission and all the stigma associated with this. Then he concluded by hitting on the COVID-19 pandemic, encouraging us to stand firm and to fight it, and to fight and stop the spread of this infection and all the stigma around it. Yeah, after the keynote address, we had a group photo from around here where the bishops and the sheikhs took the front seats, and then the rest of us stood behind them. Then after that, okay, just before we took the group photo, there was a presentation from WCC, led by Brian and Mr. Josephine Casato. They gave a gift to the guest who gave a keynote address, in the sandbox. Then after that, we had a group photo. Let's start with what happened in our morning session. And after the session, we will have another session.
Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much, John. Hasn't he done very well? He was able to remember even the way we set up the photo studio. Thank you, John. So, what did you hear? What did you hear from yesterday's sessions? There were several people that came up and spoke. There were reflections that came through. What came out? What stood out for you? Very, very important for us, all of us. What are we hearing? How did it go for us? What stood out for us? What are our take homes? Usually, the first hand takes long to come up, but eventually, many hands come, and then we begin to say, how are we going to manage? So please take the first opportunity, because we want to try as much as possible to manage our time better today. Anyone? Yes, Bishop.
Since everybody is quiet, at least what came up for me yesterday when it starts. I think what came out very clearly for me, I had a different understanding now of stigma. I think until yesterday, I was very hard. People who are affected, but they don't want to come out, they're always living in denial. And many of them, out of malice, they say they want to spread whatever. And I've been hard with them. But yesterday, listening to the testimonies of some of the people who have come up, I've seen that we need also to critique. I learned another new word of critiquing some of the things we take for granted from becoming professor, young teacher. But we should not take everything for granted, we should critique. I think we need also to critique the society. The society which is so hard on people who are affected. Listen to testimonies of the students, of this woman who was almost stabbed, and many other people. I think that we as a society sometimes make it very difficult for people to come out. And I think we need to address also that question of the society, the families we live in, even the church and religious institutions, how we respond to people who are affected. Now, listening to the testimony of a woman who came out of it, but now her children are being traumatized. And we as a church, as a society, are not doing anything. That came out very, very, very clearly. And I think it should receive the attention of this consultation so that we give some sense of direction on the way forward as we address this whole question of stigma. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bishop. I saw Dr. hand up. Dr. Ruth.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. For me, what came out is around stigma still. I think I was able to appreciate, especially from Stella's presentation. For me, that was a wow presentation, especially on the index. Because if we have an index for stigma, I think it will be very, very helpful. I hope that we can, it can be something that we can use in helping people deal with the stigma. For me, that was it. And then she mentioned a number of things that are still yet to be done. Says what remains to be done, there were quite a number. And she mentioned we need more information and awareness. And I think mentioned that because I think we're slipping into COVID and many other things, we're beginning to forget the basic messages that we're supposed to be doing. Then when Canon was speaking, I think that little diagram that he wrote was also very important because it's like we're doing something lawful, but is it safe? I think those are some of the questions we need to be asking when we are helping people, especially around stigma and disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth. Thank you, Dr. Ruth. Thank you, Bishop Yona, for those deep insights that you have shared in addition to what John took us through. So there is great learning, there is And let's continue to note down those very key things that are coming out, that are standing out for us. Martin, you want to say something? And thereafter, we'll come in Pauline, Reverend Pauline, who is online. She will also be joining us in the next segment. Please go ahead, Martin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Sunday so I need to introduce myself. My name is Martin Turiagayo. I work with the Ghana AIDS Commission in the Department of ICT. What really came out for me yesterday is what Reverend shared. Reverend Canon Gideon, I want to try to give a testimony of how God gave him strength to come out and give his testimony, how he was dealing with HIV, and how people tried to stop him. That was not a testimony. It really came to my mind that we want to thank God for all the physical things, but we don't want to thank God for that spiritual, that strength He gives us. And that leads me to the verse I would like to share with you. In the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 11, verse 28 to 30. It says, "Come to me, all you who are worried and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon me and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light." So this is something we would meditate as we begin this day. All of you who don't have strength, Jesus says, his yoke is right, and if we count him, we will find the strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin, for that scripture and for the lessons that keep coming through. What Canon was sharing, there are several people that are going through it even today. HIV has been with us for more than 30 years. But when we talk about stigma, I mean, that's what it means, that people will not believe you, people will shun what you are saying, discourage you and say, "Get down, what are you even speaking?" So let's really, as religious leaders, care to give attention and to listen. The last one, Sheikh has a comment. Let's welcome Sheikh's comment, and then we'll move to the next one, the next program.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. What I learned from yesterday's sessions, that we religious leaders, we should change our language when we are to control and arrest the stigma. We have been always referred that the Quran said. The Quran said, or the Bible said. But in a most of churches, we need a healthy people and a safe people. When we say don't use condom because Islam is rejecting condoms, what's the alternative? Another solution. And they want to go ahead with that. So we have to change this language and look into consideration how our people could control themselves and using the facilities around so that they are safe and come from mosque when they are hurt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. That is very, very important for us. What language are we using? We would like, Ma'am Martin, would like you to connect us to Reverend Pauline. I know she's online. So, Reverend Pauline is going to take us through masculinities and femininities, meaning and strategies for ending stigma and promoting human rights. If you check in the middle of your program for today, that is what is coming on. Reverend Pauline, we appreciate you, your commitment, your vibrancy. Even when you are there, we can feel you, Mama. We feel you. Let's appreciate her. Let's welcome her. Pauline is full of strength. She's full of encouragement. She's a mother. Amen. We are so blessed to have you. Over to you, Mama Pauline.
Thank you very much. I am very encouraged by the energy, the commitment, and the good work that you are all doing. Yesterday we went a little bit overboard, but I want to thank God that today you have the energy and the strength to have yet another full day. So today we are going to be looking at ways in which we can address the issues to deal with stigma and human rights. And what we are saying is that these are not the real problems in themselves. These are problems that have been created or nurtured by other underlying problems. One of such underlying problems are the cultural norms and religious norms and religious and cultural practices. So unless we dig the problem from the roots, we could just be dealing with the symptoms and not getting very far. So our approach is to dig from the roots so that we uproot the problems and throw it away and create a safe environment which is free from stigma and which promotes human rights. So this morning we are going to be looking at, let me share screen. Host, please allow me to share screen. So we are going to be looking at transformative masculinities and femininities, basically looking at how are we formed, how are we relating in our day-to-day lives as men and women, girls and boys. Yes, host, please allow me to share screen. Hello.
Please go ahead, Reverend, you're on.
Yes. So masculinities and femininities, meaning and strategies for ending stigma and promoting HIV, promoting human rights.
Excuse me, Reverend Pauline, if you could put it in presentation mode so that we're able to see the words so they can be bigger.
I do what, please?
Please press F5 on the computer. F5.
Okay, you want me to do slideshow?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes. It is more.
Okay, sorry. So in this session, we would like to unpack gender, what gender is. And when we talk about gender, we are talking of being men and women, known as also masculinities and femininities. We look at them in both their toxic nature and transformative manifestations. In doing this, we must remember that always there are some persons that are not fully catered by these categories of masculinities. There are those who do not fit in this duality, especially the transgender. We are encouraged to pay particular attention to the strategies that we could employ ourselves to become better champions of transformative masculinities and femininities so that we are able to address the issues of stigma and the issues of human rights in our communities and make some positive shift towards transformative gender. So this will not be a lecture. I will instead ask us all to participate in addressing these matters. I think okay. Wow, I'm lost here. I think I'll go back to my other mode so that we are able to go together. So I would like us to be in small groups to discuss a few questions, even as we move on. I think I can read out the questions and then I'll try and project them. Oh my goodness.
Reverend, if you could read out the questions, we will write them on the flip chart here on our side.
Yes.
And we follow through.
Yes, the questions are in small groups. I don't know whether we can manage this in our tables or whether we want to break into groups. At what age do young males become boys and later on become men? So here we are just looking at the transition from between being a girl, being a boy, to becoming a man. At what age do young females become girls and later on women? We are looking at the gender formation. So at what age do young males become boys and later on men? And young females become girls and later on women? That is the first question. And the second question is, who helps young females and young males make this transition from biological to social identities? What we are saying is that boys are born male, girls are born female, but as they grow up, culture presses them into gender boxes. So who helps them in this transition? The third question is, what are the characteristics that are expected in young boys? When you see a young boy or young boys growing in the village, in our homes, what characteristics are expected from them? And the same for girls. What characteristics are expected in the young girls? The last question is, how does society achieve in making boys and girls become what society wants them to become? How does society achieve in making boys and girls to become what they want them to become? Kindly let us discuss those in small groups, and then after the interaction, we come back and hear what people have said in their groups. I don't know whether Hope you want them to do in the tables or whether you want to make them into little groups, like 5 groups for each to discuss one question.
I think we could have a good mix. We could count 1, 2 up to like 5 minutes. There are about 5 questions, maybe 5 groups. Is it okay? Could we do 1, 2, 3? We could count quickly, but we have a good mix. I don't know, how do you feel? Yes, somebody? Yes.
Yeah, because of avoiding crowd.
Yes. We do on the tables?
Yeah, we will discuss.
We'll do, okay. So we could say that for people. Okay, so could we say it's one group, but could turn and social distance? Okay, and then we would say this table, that table, and this table. Canon and Reverend Florence come around here, and also come, Mama Makasa also becomes part of this group. Yeah, and then we would have this also as a group. We would have the 2 of you join this group, and the 2 of you join this group. Social distancing, please. Don't get too close. Reverend Polly, I have a request. I'd like you
Yes.
I'm going to send your presentation to us.
Yes.
We can project for you this side.
Yes, I'm doing that.
Send to Brian and Martin. Then Martin will help us to do the screening this side so that we don't have really trouble with that. So as Reverend shares with us, let me just bring the questions to us.
Yeah, you're in this group.
No, not taking photos. There's a gentleman, maybe you talk to Martin. Yes. I don't know if you've come or not.
So, now friends, the questions are four. And I think we're going to reorganize ourselves. I'd like to request that this table of bishops and going this side, you handle questions 1 and 2. And then this group, this table, going this side, you handle questions 4, 3, and 4. That way we'll save time. Yeah. Please give them a quick shot. And markers. Members of the group, if you could write this, that side, either you take a photo of your question. We all been able to put our questions. So let's move this slide. Question 3. What are the characteristics expected in the young girls and boys? What are the characteristics expected in the young girls and boys? Question 4. How does society achieve what we want them to become? How does society achieve what they want them to become? Is that okay? Are we okay? Are we good to go? What are the characteristics expected in the young girls and boys? Number 4, what does society achieve? How does society achieve what we want them to become? The other side, what age do young males become girls? So here it would be the young males, females become girls and boys. Later, women and men. Then who helps young males and females transition?
What is the
Hello, friends. So the questions are projected here. There are 5 questions, but there is this 3 and 4. I joined them together in one question. So each one of you is hardly no. This side you don't have your hand one here, but your hand here and 4. Is that okay? Yes. Yeah. This is joined to one question.
That's wind up. Us hear what people have found out in their groups. People can report from the groups. You don't need to come to the front. Hope you can help us with the reports from the group. We can hear what each table is saying.
Hello. Are we ready? Are we ready to share? Which number is ready? Bishop's table seems to be ready. So first we're going to listen from the Bishop's table with Anna Flores.
Hello. Good morning, brothers and sisters. This is the Bishop's table, and we are given to tackle the first two questions, which were, at what age are we together or you are
Hello. I would like to request us to Beatrice's table. Okay, so are we ready to listen? I think when I look at your chart, I feel we have very pregnant points. So don't worry that you have not yet finished. There will be somebody who will compliment and add on to what you have already done. So let's listen to Reverend Florence.
For us, we attended two questions. The first one, at what age do young men become boys and later on become men? And the second one was, at what age do young female become girls and later on become women? And these were our answers. For the male,
Friends, I mentioned a little earlier. What you have on your tables, first of all, is correct. And it is very important. Don't think that you are supposed to exhaustively and like Professor Stable, they want to deeply analyze. So let's give. So I want to request us to pay attention to what Mama Florence is sharing. Beatrice's table, we know you're doing very well, but let's listen.
Okay, thank you. These were our attempts. At the age of 12 upwards, that's when the boys become, the young male become boys, according to most of our societies or cultures. And from the age of 18 upwards, then they are seen and considered as men. So with the girls, from the age of 12 upwards, that's when the young female, the community looks at that young female of the age of 12 and above as a girl. And from the age of 12, from the age of 18 upwards, these girls are now seen as women. But this differs from culture to culture, because in some cultures, there are some exercises, some traditions that they have to go through in order to be considered men. So even if that boy has not gone through that, he will still be a boy even if he or she is 50 years. So that's why we say, generally, we see them as we have already mentioned above, but when it becomes to different cultures, then they can say, even if one is 18, he's not yet a man, as being not circumcised like the Bagishu. And for the Baganda, even if you are 60 years and you have not yet married, you are still a boy. In some cultures, as I said. And then, number two, who helps the young female and young males make this transition to social identities? It is the elders who helps them to go through this transition, and they are being helped.
You're answering our question.
They told us number one and number two. So I have done my part. And you have done your part. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Reverend Flores and the Bishop's table. Let's appreciate them. So this side, you have had what they share. Is there anyone who wants to share something different from what they have said? The reason why we are doing that is so we can save time. You only say what they have not said. What is say what they have not said? I think you don't agree.
Thank you very much, the Bishop's table, for us to go on to part question number two. We are looking at those who help them transit from one state to the other. We categorize it. We have the family, the nuclear and extended. We have the community, where there's culture, school, and religion, and then we have government. All those help in the transition, making these young boys implement. Thank you very much.
Right. Let's appreciate them. What you have said, anything they left out? This group?
The group saw that the young boys and girls, they become boys at the age of 6 when they start getting aware of themselves. From that time, they act like boys until 18, when the nation can accept that this one can act officially. And there are also circumstances that can make them become men when they are still younger than 18. Just already talked about the cultural initiation, but also sometimes we find them circumstances get them to parenting. They are taking obviously we look at that one now as a what? A woman. And also when they get pregnant, imagine the COVID is pregnant and maybe school accepts them to go to school, the peers will not told that one. They will stigmatize them for them one man or woman. Who helps them to look at the aunties, mothers, church, or God if they're God fearing, teachers at school, technology, and peers, and for the boys like us.
Thank you so much. Only one thing to add, the print. On how one all this our boys and the girls they are being of boys, we are seeing the media because we are nowadays to look at newspapers, social medias, and our young people are getting to know they are obviously they are very silent. And then we also realized in the first bit that our young males become boys at the age of 10 to 13, which was a big difference from the other two contributions. And likewise for the girls. For the girls, we saw that they have a bit lower age for them to realize that they're girls. Thank you. Very, very interesting revelations here. 12, 10 to 13, 6. Okay. By the end of this workshop, we shall, Doctor wants to.
Yes, I want to just say that I differ a little bit from those groups. I know that was not my group. But at what age do they become boys or girls? I believe that, when I was expecting, when my baby was in the womb, they put me on the scan and told me it is a boy. So now how does he become a boy at 6? Yeah, I think they are born boys and born girls. They don't become boys or become girls at some stage. They are made by God, put in the tummy as boys and girls.
Thank you so much. You want to defend yourself? This is a very wonderful debate, but how is our time? Because we want to give this say, so just one thing,
Yeah, but also as you were discussing, you are reminded that some of us are not even women, we are not women, and we are not supposed to be. So the question was, I don't even think I'm a woman. So it's something that came out and therefore why we need to put it in the picture, because we asked our colleague that when did you transit to be a woman, and she said, put on you a woman.
Wow. Wow. Good debate here. Let's appreciate this region. This the Western or let them please. So questions 3 and 4 combined and then 5 for this region. Okay, who is ready to start? Please listen very carefully. What they say, you don't repeat. You only say what they are not saying.
Okay, thank you. Characteristics of young boys. We noted they are energetic, they are so inquisitive, they are so destructive, and so competitive. Then the characteristics of young girls, they are nurturing, gentle and caring. They learn by imitating. They show that imitation every now and then. Then how society helps them to realize, or how does it achieve? It instructs, it demands, it reminds them of their culture, and it tells them how it really expects something from them. That's what we have.
Hard, you have hard. Before you put up your hand, shake hand, pick up this hand. So let us see what you shake. I know you really want to say, but do it.
I was actually categorized them into two characteristics of boys. We had both physical characteristics and then emotional characteristics. And then we realized that under physical characteristics, boys tend to eat so much. And as they eat so much, they grow very fast. And emotional characteristics, we realize that they become so curious and they are always self-centered. It is them first. It is them first, not any other. And then under the girls, still we categorize them into two, both physical characteristics and emotional, strong intellectual characteristics. And then under emotional characteristics, the girls become very shy. They feel they need more privacy on their own time, and they're very cheerful and sometimes become sad. Also, the girls under physical, they grow fast. I don't know why, because they don't eat so much. Again, they grow very fast, and they eat less. Girls tend to eat less. I don't know whether. Yes. So this is what we have. Thank you.
The girls begin to come and figure. So that's why
just to add on what our colleagues have said, on our side, we looked at characteristics from the primary to secondary and mainly focusing on the biological characteristics. And we looked at how boys grow beards. And then also we looked at how boys get a deep voice and girls' voices soften. Then while boys experience wet dreams, we looked at girls experiencing undergoing menstrual cycles. And in terms of physical appearance, just as Sheikh has said, girls, we noted that they develop some undulating surface areas like the hips. We also noted some characteristics that are in both boys and girls that are cross-cutting. One of them was attraction towards the opposite sex. And then we also looked at how they have this keen interest in looking at role models, like getting involved so much in media. I think that is it in terms of, and the girls get cautious. Both boys and girls are cautious of how they look before the public. That is it.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them. Where Mr. White is sitting, so you can now see how the points were generated. Let's appreciate them, please. President Pauline, is there anything that is okay? So we have this table here.
Okay, with our group, not repeating what they've mentioned already, the characteristics of young boys and girls, for us, we generalize both ends, and we looked at body changes. We looked at those young boys and girls, some of them are not committed, they are too social, they are very playful, and they have a lot of dreams. Because our colleague here was saying that when I have somebody very young, I want to be a pilot. After some period of time, I want to be an engineer. So they have a lot of dreams. Then question 5, how does society achieve? We just look at the social and economic transformation. They make them what they want to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. No, called Mr. Maloa Okuku. He's sitting on this table. You might not be knowing where it comes from. It comes from office of the president. So no wonder the points here, they are very heavy, very pregnant, very, very captivating. So Reverend Pauline, we have heard, the friends have shared. Over to you, Ma'am Pauline.
Thank you very much. As we have seen, gender is a formation. You have discussed in your own tables. I was laughing to myself when I heard boys become boys at age 6. But I also heard from one of the colleagues that was corrected, and she said that boys become boys at conception. So we are very, very grateful for these engagements that you have shown. We continue to engage and to see where is it in our society, where is it in our formation as men and women, boys and girls, where is it in our culture and in our religion? Do we do things consciously or unconsciously that then end up landing us to places where we find people getting stigmatized, maybe because they are women or because they are men, people getting violated because of their sex or because of their gender. My presentation is quite a bit. I will avail it to all of you, and you can go through it. What I want to highlight as we come to the conclusion of this session is that gender is a formation. Sex is biological. We are all born either male or female or transgender. But as we grow up, we pick up gender roles. And some of those gender roles are shaped, all of those gender roles actually, are shaped by our environment. They are shaped by our faith communities. They are shaped by our communities in general. They are shaped in the school. They are shaped by the media. They are shaped by the family. And therefore, we come to realize that we are all stakeholders in making men and women, girls and boys. As stakeholders, therefore, we can keep on taking stock from time to time and asking ourselves, how far have we come? Are we comfortable where we are? Where do we want to go? And I think that is the engagement that we need to keep on doing as people of faith, even as we deal with pertinent issues that are troubling us in our society, especially the ones in this consultation, which are stigma and human rights. So we have seen that in our little discussions, we are already bringing out the gender stereotypes that we put into our boys as they grow up. Yeah, they will become rich. They are the property owners. They will become the brand winners. They must not go showing their vulnerabilities. They must win at every cost. They are the sex conquests. They are the ones who buy the girls, and they are the ones who must keep the girls or the wives. They are not supposed to consult on everything. They can make decisions and move with it. On the other hand, we disable the girls. We keep telling them, you cannot do anything that threatens men. For example, I have had Canon Gideon and myself are witnesses that one time we attended a confirmation service here in Kenya. And the bishop was telling young girls, age 12, that they must not become very powerful academically. They will scare men away. They must marry after the first degree. And he was entrenching all the gender stereotypes during confirmation. And Canon and I were very scared of the things that the girls were being taught, especially because they were very little tiny girls. And we see that one of the strategies that the society has used, the church, maybe the mosque as well, the strategies they have used to create these gender roles is that they've been consistent, they've been persistent, they've been aggressive in teaching what women should look like and what men should look like. what a good wife should look like and what a good husband should look like. And we have ended up having these gender stereotypes, putting some people on the margins, because unless you comply, unless you are conforming to this gender, then you are not considered as a good woman or a good man or a good husband. And mainly we see it is very, very hard on the women. And when you talk about it, you hear that women are the ones who bring up children, so they are the ones who teach children. It is not about women, it is about us all, both men and women, creating the environment that we feel is going to be conducive to help us end violence and promote human rights. And therefore, what we can say therefore is that being religious leaders, we have a platform already ready for us. Because as a religious leader, we have the privilege, whether a youth leader, mothers union leader, women leader, men leader, or general church leader, we have a privilege that makes us to be the influencers. The same way society has used strategies to make men and women, the same ways we can use similar strategies to transform these women into men and women who are going to drive the agenda of no stigmatization and the agenda of human rights as part of our culture. So we can be persistent to say, it has been said, like Jesus said, a good woman is the one who does everything that does not threaten men. It has been said, a good woman is polite, a good woman is shy, a good woman is like this. And we can say, but now I say to you, let us bring our boys and girls in a manner that empowers both gender. Let us bring our boys and girls in a manner that affirms them. Let us bring both our boys and girls in a manner that society exercises and practices justice at all levels, so that there is gender equity and gender justice. When we achieve the gender justice desired and the desired gender equity, then we start to see some of these problems dying off. The problems of sexual and gender-based violence dying off. The problems of stigmatization, especially because you are HIV positive because your mother was like this, like this, like they got it from your mother like this. So those kind of gender stereotypes will die off when we begin to recreate the right ideas about boys. For example, when we say to our little boys, you cannot show emotions, we are disembodied them. They are emotional beings as much as girls are emotional beings. When we say to our young girls, you cannot achieve this much academic level because you miss a husband, we miss out. Because both boys and girls, we have seen in Tanzania now the president is a woman. In Kenya, as we speak, the chief justice is a woman. So women too have capacity to rise and become somebody and something. In the same way, men have the capacity to rise and become something and someone. So in this spirit, therefore, as religious leaders, we can lead the revolution from having toxic masculinities, which my professor coming after me will be talking more about, and toxic femininities in our communities, to transformative masculinities and femininities, where we do not look at each other in the lines of gender or even sex, but we look at each other in the lines of what we are capable of doing, what we are capable of achieving, and how we can work together in collaboration to bring to end the things that are troubling our own communities. And therefore, we adopt those strategies that have been used in our societies to promote these toxic gender identities. We can also use them to promote and entrench transformative gender identities. So we can be consistent, we can be persistent, we can be aggressive in teaching that we will use shame and honor model. For example, a good man does not beat his wife. Any man who beats his wife, we will shame. Any man who treats his wife nicely, we will honor. So we start using the same strategies that have been used to demean women and to create disparities that have rendered us into several problems in our context. And the same strategy that has been used to market girls for marriage, we can use the same strategies to show that a transformed gender, a transformed woman, transformative, those who embrace transformative masculinity and transformative femininities can actually be the ones we line up as the good husbands, as the good wives. And as my professor friend, Professor Maziwa Nguda would say, do not, for those who are looking for these partners, especially our young participants, do not look so much as into go out look for a good woman or a good husband, but you yourself, having embraced transformative gender norms, you go out and say, how can I be the best husband? How can I be the best wife? And in that way, we begin to transform perceptions and characteristics that has rendered us into great troubles. So the revolution to become better, the revolution to have a good society starts with us and begins with us. And we can all become, in other words, let me say, we should all become champions of gender transformation. I will leave you to go through the rest of the presentation, but as we break for tea, I would like you to break with these questions. You can decide how to do it. Maybe Martin, you can show the questions on page 8. What actions will you take to live an alternative way of being a man or woman in a community where the dominant way of being man and woman is largely toxic? What actions will you take to promote transformative masculinity and femininities in the community and society at large? What strategies will you use to achieve the transformation of the community or society? I do not wish to ask us to go into groups. I wish to ask you to carry those questions with you into tea and continue conversing over tea break as we prepare ourselves to go to the next section where we will hear about human rights from a legal perspective, and then we continue to hear about transformative masculinity and femininities from our very own, whom you will be introduced to in due time. Before we break for tea, I still have some 3 minutes, which I have saved for the game changers. I have seen them wearing black t-shirts. I don't know why they are wearing black t-shirts. I'm sure some people in the consultation are asking, why are these guys wearing black t-shirts? I am giving them these remaining 3 minutes, Brian, to explain to the congregation why you are wearing the black t-shirt and what it means, and then hand over back to Hope to usher us to the tea break. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Reverend Colleagues. Our request, what is largest? Yes. Come and give me some company. I will explain about business in love. Okay, thank you. So, we'd like to introduce to you the World Council of Churches or faith-based advocacy campaign called Thursdays in Black. Thursdays in Black is a program of the World Council of Churches that began with women who stood out to fight against rape, defilement, and other acts of sexual and gender-based violence as weapons of war. So these people had lost their colleagues out of rape. They had lost people out of other acts of gender-based violence that were taking place during war countries. So as women of faith, they stood together and said, first of all, these acts must stop. And two, we must stand in solidarity and always remember our friends who have been victims and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. So they began this movement of putting on black on Thursday. And in addition to putting on black as a sign of mourning or solidarity for the loss of lives, they also put on black as a way of telling the world that we are not happy about what is happening, it must stop. Two, we must fight to ensure that the people who have died or suffered SDBD are not forgotten. Besides that, the campaign also involves posting on social media prayers and any other kind of literature, which could be passages, motivational messages about SGBV. It also involves saying a prayer or doing anything that you can do on a Thursday to ensure that you bring the occurrence of sexual and gender-based violence to a stop. So it is a campaign of WCC, and we would like to invite you to join it. We have these t-shirts for everyone. They were provided. Prayers, there are people, since when we were carrying the boxes, we decided to put out 5 hours fast so that we don't miss. And I just request that as we go for break, we just pass by at the table and pick the t-shirts. Feel free to put it on, yeah, so that after you have a pick, or you can just hold it and then you have a pick with it and can put it on at any time. So I request you to join this campaign and also spread it far, so that every Thursday we all stand and say one voice that rape, defilement, and anything around sexual and gender-based violence must stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Colby, for enabling us to understand what the Black Thursday is about. But these young people, they say everyone has a teacher. They say they treat that they don't need. No, really. That's what it means to be young. So our team is ready. Our team is ready, but I'd like us to recognize people that joined us today. I mentioned that we have Mr. Malua Okuku, and I'd like him to greet us. Is there anyone else who comes today? Anyone else?
I said I just greet you, in the name of Jesus Christ. Malo Abasti is my name, and I work with the Office of the President at the Commission of Administrative Management. I was invited to be one of the participants in this meeting. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Could you please lead us in a prayer? We are already starting.
Let's pray. God our Father, I want to thank you and give you glory for this morning. We thank you for our lives. We thank you for this meeting. We thank you for the deliberations and all that we have discussed. We pray for divine guidance, and we have provided all provisions throughout our lives. As we break off for tea, God bless all that we are going to happen. In Jesus Christ, our Lord, we pray.
Amen. So our tea is served outside here, and we have about 20 minutes to take a cup and a bite, and then we'll be back here to continue with our next session. Please have a tray, walk around, exercise a bit. Greet yourself when you just greeted this morning. Okay, still at Excella, no, at least so. Yes. Our time is up. I encourage us to, we're almost all here, but if there's anyone who's still out there, come with your cup of tea, and we will continue with our engagement. As we broke off, there are those questions 1 to 3 that Reverend Colin is going to ask me. I want to believe that you have been reflecting on them and coming up with the possible responses to them. Okay, so on our program, we have Professor Ezra, who will be coming on, and he will be tackling 2 important areas. 1, promoting transformative masculinities and femininities. 2, understanding common resistances and reactions to transformative masculinities and how they can be removed. So you're building on from where Reverend Colin left us. I therefore would like us to, is Reverend Colin on? Is Professor on? Good. Professor, it's a joy for us to be with you. It's a joy for us to be with you, Professor Ezra. Before you are wonderful people, religious leaders, members from the civil society, and other leaders at different fronts. We are engaging, and this is our 2nd day, and it is deep. It is deep. There are lots of revelations that are coming through, and I believe they are taking us to another level. I'd like to pray for you, Professor, as you come in. Let's pray. Lord, thank you for this session that we are again getting into. We thank you for Professor Ezra, who is online. We pray that you will lead and guide him, cause us to understand deeply these issues of transformative masculinity and femininity and what is expected of us. Use him to pass on this message to us this morning. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Over to you, Professor Ezra. Let's welcome him as he comes on, please, with a loud applause.
Thank you very much, Hope. Thank you. Greetings, friends from Zimbabwe. I pray I find you well. Thank you also for the prayer. I will go muted in terms of my photo because of connectivity challenges that are besetting us. But I would like to believe that you can hear me loud and clear. Kindly confirm that you can hear me, colleagues.
We do hear you, but we need a little more. Maybe the volume could be higher than that.
So I will just allow myself to be visible briefly and then go away in order to be able to deliver the sharing that I have. To thank all the distinguished delegates and organizers for this opportunity. I do not take it for granted. I attended yesterday's sessions up to mid-afternoon before I had to go elsewhere for another Zoom meeting. But I am fully mindful of the ground that you have covered. And so my talk this morning is entitled, the first part, promoting transformative masculinities and femininities. And in a sense, I am taking over from what my colleague, Reverend Pauline, has been sharing with us. That is the social construction of how we become boys and men in our societies today, and the need and agency for us to adopt more life-giving ways of being men and women in our societies and faith communities. Allow me to begin, friends, by going back to yesterday's session, where our colleague from the Uganda AIDS Commission made a very startling observation, for me at least. I don't know for you. He made the point that we, who are males, are dying more from AIDS than women. So if there is an infection rate where women are more infected by men, when it comes to the impact, it is more men who die than women. And it struck me, and it has stayed with me throughout yesterday and today, and I'm asking this question. We who are born male, who were made to believe that we are fearless, are dying from what my good friend, Professor Canon Biamugisha, calls preventable and postponable death. This is similar to the challenge that Old Testament prophets had to say, my friends, we are in trouble. How is it that we who happen to be male are dying from a preventable and postponable death? How have we come to be where we are? What are the processes that we've gone through that have led us to be in this vulnerable position? So I'm asking us a question, my friends. Could it be that the socialization that we have undergone, which calls us to be brave, fearless, and all the other factors that I had the other groups presenting in the morning, are in fact making us vulnerable as men? Men in faith communities, men in households, men in workplaces. How is it that the socialization that should have equipped us to be very courageous is in fact constructing us to be susceptible to postponable and preventable death? So this is the crisis where I'm coming from. A crisis where boys and men have been socialized, including myself, in ways that do not allow us to be vulnerable, in ways that do not allow us to cry out, in ways that do not. So, with all this, what does this mean in terms of stigma and human rights? So friends, allow us to begin by talking about masculinities and femininities in society. Reverend Pauline has already helped us by saying that while sex is biological, that is, and then I liked the question that one of the sisters asked in the morning, that she had a point of intervention to say, but isn't it that boys become boys at conception and girls become girls at conception? The way I would react is to say that at conception and at birth, we are either male or female or intersex. But as we grow up, we are socialized and made into boys and men, girls and women. So biologically, we are born with one sex or the other, but we are taken through a host of processes that will then make us real men or real women as defined by our societies. But allow me, my friends, to say, being born male or female matters significantly, because the life opportunities available for the girl child are different from the life opportunities available to the boy child. So whether one is born male or female matters in our societies. And our task as religious leaders is to come up with the strategies, as Pauline shared in her concluding remarks. What strategies are we going to use? Is to reflect on strategies that will ensure that the girl child has the same life opportunities as the boy child. So socialization is a process which gives us gender roles. So God creates us as male or female, or in between. But it is society that then says boys will herd cattle while women fetch firewood. So it's not God who says, let the women go and fetch firewood. No, God creates us with a sex, but society gives us a gender. So it is the gender roles that society ascribes. And I want to underscore in bold that word, ascribes. These are roles that are given to us at family level, that the boys will now watch television, they watch football. If they support Chelsea, if they support whichever team, they can watch football while their sisters are busy cleaning their rooms. So it's not God who says that boys can watch football and their sisters will be busy with domestic chores. It is you and I as parents who have given ourselves and communities the leisure and space to say, these will now be the duties that women and girls accomplish. And these are the responsibilities that boys and men will accomplish. It's not God. And there's no religion which says that this is what God has mandated. It is ourselves as societies and as families and different institutions which give us these gender roles. So my friends, what are gender roles? And I'll share this paper at the end. Gender roles in society mean how we are expected, and now I'm counting, how we are expected, number one, to act. So as Reverend Pauline was saying, there are certain ways of acting that society says are fit for women, and certain ways of acting that society says are fit for men. When women act like men, society steps in and says, thou shalt not do this. And when men act like women, society steps in and says, you shall not do this. So gender roles in society, allow me to go back to my statement. Gender roles in society means how we are expected, number one, to act, number two, to speak, number three, to dress, number four, conduct ourselves based upon our assigned sex. I will repeat because this is fundamental. What are gender roles? Gender roles in society mean how we are expected to act, to speak, to dress, and carry ourselves or conduct ourselves based upon our assigned sex. So when a child is born, they are not a boy or a girl in terms of social construction. They are male or female. It is then society, through the package that it has created before the child is born, which then says, you are John, and John will do 1, 2, 3, 4 things. You are Mary, Mary will do 5, 6, 7 things. And so what we have is a social contract, if you want, which, so as a child is born, There are already pre-existing social roles and responsibilities that are assigned to boys and girls, men and women in society. So far, so good. It looks very fair that are designed for men and things that are designed for women. It looks very fair because it's simply dividing the world into two. So let's celebrate. Unfortunately, sisters and brothers, the division is not based on justice and equality. This is the crisis our world faces. That at face value, you would think that because we have divided humanity into male and female, right and left, yin and yang, positive, negative, you would think that all these are divided fairly and squarely into two halves. Unfortunately, the division is based on injustice and inequality. So, for example, society will say, boys will be boys. Boys are not expected to cry. Boys are not expected to be vulnerable. Boys and men are not expected to go to the health center because that's a sign of vulnerability. But a real man is not vulnerable. A real man is a machine. He is ever prepared and fit. And so to see a man at a health center is a sign of weakness. So what does this mean to men in our society? It means the men in our society have negative health-seeking behaviors. It means I, as a man, struggle to leave home and say, I'm going to a health center because I need a checkup. Because once I say that, it means my masculinity, the role assigned to me as a man is not matching with the person that I am. So what do? I play along. I don't get checked. I simply die because it's safer to die than to be seen as vulnerable. Society will say only women can be kind and gentle and take care of children, which means that I, as a married man, will then say to my wife, no, you cannot find a job because your role and responsibility is to stay at home and look after children. And I will then quickly say, if you disagree with me, go and read your Bible. Your Bible says, let women be silent. Let women obey their wives, be subject to your husbands. So I then fall upon a template which justifies my oppression by saying the Bible says, or the Quran says, which is a way which has led us to a very difficult situation. Allow me to make 3 quick points and then I will proceed. Point number 1. God created females and males. It is society which has come up with different gender roles. That's number 1. So, this distribution of roles and responsibilities of women and men in society is not done by God, but is done by human beings within different societies. That's number 1. Number 2, it's a point I've already made, but I need to. Distribution of roles of women and men in our societies is not neutral. Boy children and men tend to receive favors ahead of girls and women. Although every human being is supposed to enjoy full rights, women and girls face a lot of stigma and discrimination in our faith communities, in our homes, in our institutions, in our societies, in our political systems, in our economies, women and girls tend to have their rights systematically taken away, tend to suffer stigma and violence because of the way we have structured our society. Number 3, and then I will proceed to the next segment. In context of HIV and AIDS, women and girls have been rendered more vulnerable to infection due to issues of gender-based violence, which is why I was so happy to see the Game Changers talking about Thursdays in Black towards a world without rape and violence. Sisters and brothers, we do not need a budget. We do not need a budget to resist sexual and gender-based violence. We simply need a shift of mindset. We simply need a way of re-socializing our boys and men, and myself included, to say, as Reverend Pauline will remember from one of our sessions, if you are in a discussion with your partner and you are a man, and you are losing the argument, don't raise your voice, but improve your argument. I will repeat. If you're a married man, like I am, and you are in, by all means, improve your argument. So we can win the struggle against sexual and gender-based violence simply by winning that also.
I think Professor is having a challenge with internet connectivity. For us here, we are, okay, Reverend Pauline, are you able to reach out to him? He needs to know that he's off, that we are not connecting with him. Reverend Pauline, are you with us? Okay, so we were, I believe we were following what Professor was taking us through. Gender roles. So, is he back?
Thank you very much. My apologies. It says my internet connection is unstable. So the point I was at was to say that we do not need a budget to resist sexual and gender-based violence. We simply need a shift of mindset, a new way of approaching what it means to be a man or a woman and engage meaningfully in dialogue. So allow me then, friends, to move on to the next part of my discussion and look at how we can have transformative masculinities and femininities, fight against stigma, and promote women's human rights. Now, allow me to introduce this section with one sentence that I will request that we all say together. Please allow me to take us back to primary school or now ECD, and say these words together. I will say them first, allow you to reflect and see whether you want to agree with me, and then we say them collectively. So I will say the statement and allow you to process it. Here is the statement. Women are full human beings. Women are full human beings. I'll pause there, allow you to process this statement for a minute or a few seconds, and then I will ask us to say this together. If you agree with me, allow me to say this statement and we say it together. Women are full human beings. Thank you, my sisters and brothers. It looks so simple and straightforward, but in our world and in our way of being, we have not always lived up to this notion that women and girls are fearfully and wonderfully made in the image of God. And that in the Quran, chapter 4 of the Quran dedicates a whole section to the rights and responsibilities of women. And that the Prophet Muhammad, and may peace be upon him, when he was asked by one of his companions, Prophet Muhammad, who is more important between my mother and my father? The Prophet Muhammad, and may peace be upon him, said, number one, your mother. Number two, your mother. Number three, your mother. So how is it possible for Muslims to say that women cannot have a seat at the table when the Prophet Muhammad, and may peace be upon him, was so radical in his support and advancement of women's rights? So if we agree that women are full human beings with rights, then we are moving towards what we are calling transformative masculinities and transformative femininities, which are built on the idea that we need men and women who have the following characteristics. Allow me to run them very quickly. Number one, these men and women uphold the dignity and the equality of women and men. The equality and dignity of women and men. So, my friends, despite all our differences because of sex difference, because of religion, because of some people having disability and others not, because of our social roles, etc., we are fundamentally human beings with full rights and created in God's image. Number two, transformative masculinities and femininities seek to promote the dignity of women and men. So first we acknowledge, and then secondly, we undertake very concrete and practical steps to promote the dignity of women and men. Number three, we invest in the education of girls and women. We don't think twice when it comes to acknowledging the importance of investing in the education of girls and women. Number four, we do not use violence in relationships. We promote dialogue. If God invites Israel and says, Israel, come now, let us reason together, we are equally challenged to come and reason together rather than use force. Number five, and finally, as a characteristic, we challenge all forms of discrimination against women and girls. Because as religious people, we know that we are called to freedom and liberation. We know that the Bible, as Canon Professor Gideon would say, is a weapon of mass salvation. So how dare we want to use it as a weapon of mass destruction? We cannot. We use the Bible, we use the Quran, we use the Hadith and sacred traditions to including women whom we have said are full human beings. Now, full human beings are entitled to respect and dignity. Allow me to conclude this section by drawing attention to the issue of human rights in the time of HIV and transformative masculinities. What then do we expect? Once we have consciously said we are transformed women and men, what do we expect of our programs? Number one, national programs on HIV must combat discrimination and violence against people living with HIV. So transformative masculinities and femininities are resources to combat stigma and discrimination against people living with HIV, particularly women. Particularly women. My friends, when you get time, do look up one very sad story which has been doing the rounds in Zimbabwe in the last 2 or so weeks. One family gift of triplets, that is 3 children born at once. The man abandoned his wife for 2 reasons. He said, reason number 1, where I come from, in my lineage, in my community, and if you was doing this marriage, sell, S-E-L-L, S-E-L-L, sell one of these triplets, and then maybe we can live with 2, but not 3 girls at once. So we must have programs that are very conscious to protect the dignity and combat discrimination against particularly people with living with HIV, especially women. Secondly, and this is where as religious leaders we've sometimes struggled, we must ensure that young people, particularly girls and young women, have full access to HIV information. I know my friends have been to Uganda with Reverend Pauline many times, met Canon Gideon and colleagues in the house. I know, for example, that the Interreligious Council of Uganda is doing fantastic training, but we need to continue to do more. Let our young girls and women have access to HIV information. Third, we must struggle against discrimination directed at female sex workers and other marginalized groups. Here, religious leaders again need to be as radical as they've been before. Recognize that girls and women who are forced into sex work require the support and accompaniment of religious leaders. Finally, we must provide women and girls with effective remedies against all forms of sexual and gender-based violence. You can see, sisters and brothers, that I keep coming back to the issue of sexual and gender-based violence. Now, you would say to me, this program looks very, very progressive. Dignity, human rights, support, accompaniment. Allow me to move to the last section of my presentation, which is to look at resistance to transformative masculinities and femininities. It has not been plain sailing for the World Council of Churches and its partners to roll out this transformative masculinities and femininities program in the context of human rights and fighting against stigma. There are four main arguments that are used to resist transformative masculinities and femininities. Number one, there's an argument which says, it is not in our culture. So there's an argument that our cultures do not allow women to have full respect and dignity. My question to us is, how would you respond to this argument? We shall do this in groups with the questions that shall be shared later on. So there's an argument that says transformative masculinities and femininities are not found in our culture. Number two, there's an argument that says it is not biblical or in the Quran, right? So there are activists who say, no, this whole idea of the dignity, full dignity and transformation of men is not found in the Bible and in the Quran. Number three, there's an argument that says, you might try all you want, but we know that men cannot be trusted or changed. So that's the third argument, where some people feel we are trying to change what should not be changed. The last argument is that there is resistance by women and men who would like to uphold what is already there. So they will say the world is already functioning very well. Why should we change? My question to us is the world functioning as God intended to? Or have we not let our gender socialization compromise the dignity of women and men? With those remarks, I would like to submit to us that you and I are called to the ministry of transformative masculinities and femininities, where we consciously, deliberately, assertively, and consistently uphold the need for boys and men to be re-socialized, to accept the leadership and dignity of women and men, and also for women and girls to take up their role of social transformation. And so with those remarks, I hand back to our facilitators to share with us the questions that we've developed for our group work, and then we can interact more as we feedback from our groups. I hand back to the facilitators, and thank you very much for the time given. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Professor Ezra, for the way God has used you to bring this message to us. So we have questions here, which we are going to do in our groups. The copies, I have 5 copies. I remember how we had grouped ourselves. We had the west, is that west? Then we have this side. So, but since the copies are few, I'd like to request that you can take like a photo of it, and then we have a copy for your table, and then we look at the. I can take a photo of it for your table, Mama Miriam. Yeah, they're not enough, eh? They're only. So we take a photo, then we will share out more comfortably. These are the questions. There are 4 questions. In the interest of time, I think we could do what we did earlier. this Eastern, Western theme where the queen comes from. We do 1 and 2, and then the Eastern team does questions 3 and 4. That will help us to keep within our time. So we can start now, reflecting and directing responses to those questions. Did you take a photo? We all got the questions. We all have a copy of the questions on our papers. So we said this team will handle 1 and 2. Then the other region will handle 3 and 4. Western region, we are handling 1 and 2. The Eastern region, we are handling questions 3 and 4. That way we'll be able to manage very, very well. Our time has already started. We are counting down.
Yes.
We have about 3 minutes. Okay, let's say 5 minutes. 5. Friends, thank you for the fight you've won. Thank you for the level of engagement. In order for us to keep within our time, I'd like to call us back in the house so that we can share. Let's share what is coming out from our discussion. So friends, from the Western, who is ready to start? Which table is ready? Which table is ready to share with us? Remember what One group shares, we don't repeat it, we only build on and share what we have not said. Okay, thank you, Reverend. Let's give a reference to share with us.
Presenting from the bishop's table. So we're given to attempt the question that was given to the western part of this poll. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1, why is it important to promote transformative masculine and transformative feminine in the context of HIV?
Just a moment. I would like to encourage that if you're still completing on your table, whisper, so that we don't disrupt the one presenting for the group. Thank you for supporting us on that.
So these are the answers we got for question number 1. It is important because it is important in the areas of stopping the spread of HIV. And which are spread as a result of some cultures that promote the inheritance of women. And in this way, we know that some African cultures, I say some because not all of us, some African cultures have that clause in their society that they should, when a woman loses her husband, so the brother must inherit as part of the property, a wife of that husband. And also, if the husband died of HIV, then the brother will also get HIV, and he will also take it to the family. And if it is the other way around, that the brother didn't die of HIV, but this brother has HIV, when he inherits the woman of his late brother, then the woman can get HIV from the brother who has inherited her, and there the spread continues. Part B, it is important to stop the misinterpretation of the scriptures, because many scriptures are being misused or misinterpreted to convince the society that what they are saying is right, and they base on the scriptures. When we talk about the scriptures, we are talking about the Holy Scriptures, Quran, Bible. Think of those scriptures to support their useless ideas. And C, this is presenting from the bishop's table. So take the words as serious as you know that they are coming from the big tables. Answer B, it's very important to promote this transformative masculine and whatever as you know it, for proper, why are you laughing? For proper treatment of HIV-related illnesses. We know very well, as we had even from our facilitator, that most African men don't want to go to hospital for treatment or for medical checkups because they don't want to be seen as weak vessels. They always want to appear strong, and even if they are sick, they continue to raise their voices, and they say, I am the man. And I've said, you, the woman, you don't have the powers to tell me to go to hospitals. So or to have treatment or whatever. Even if they are sick, they, as the bishop said, you had it. Now, you people, it's important to promote, to stop people from not getting treatment. Now, the part D, I'm trying to be quick. It will help to empower women to negotiate. Are you getting me well? Yes. It will help to empower women to negotiate the better ways and the most important ways in which they should have sex to prevent HIV transmission. Because most times it is the men that determine if they want to use condoms or not. So if the man doesn't want to use condoms and the woman insists, he says, I am the man, so I have all the rights to do whatever I need when it comes to sex. Now, answer for question B. In order, okay, it was like, do you consider that human rights are important in relation to HIV? The answer is yes, and a big yes from the bishop's table. In order to fight the spread of HIV, human rights have to be strongly and strongly respected when it comes to going for treatment, for negotiating, for sex, for marrying young women, for preventing HIV, and so on and so on. Because the Western region has many groups they can adopt.
The bishop's group, I don't even think that I can even make a comment. I only wanted one word, but we shall put this together. So any additions, and please don't repeat what they are saying. We want to try to be quick and conclude this sharing so that Professor can finish up his presentation. Thank you very much. I'm going to add on. And please don't Thank you. I'll just add on what everyone has missed out in question number one. The point we raised, we had a point of it promoting access to HIV services, which I had that included. Then the second point is promoting human rights. Basically, if we put in this transformative masculinities and transformative femininities, it will really help to promote human rights. We see that some of our societies still don't allow our girls to go to school openly. So if you bring in this, it will really help. It will also help in promoting gender justice. In some societies, as I have really witnessed, sex workers, at times when they take their issues, they be like, you're a lady and we can't handle them so fast. So those were what I wanted to add. Thank you. Thank you. Please let's clap harder and appreciate the group. One addition here, another addition there.
There's one point to add on question number one, the post-exposure prophylaxis. For those people that are exposed to HIV/AIDS, it is handled in one way, where they say when a girl is raped, rush her to the hospital. But not much has been talked about if a boy is fired, if there is incest, what ought could be done So if we promote that, it means every one of us will know. In case of that post-exposure, that two sides, male and female, should run for treatment. And it works. Because at the end of the day, we may find both sexes not involved in HIV/AIDS because of the treatment. It is very, very important that we get to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you for advocating for the boy child. Anything here? Everything has been covered? You have read your mind. Anything here? Say your system. Oh, okay, then I think let's appreciate Western region. They've done excellently well. Points came through. So we're now going to the east. They were handling questions 3 and 4. Who is ready to start? Very short hand. So Sheikh put up his hand. Let us go to Sheikh. Questions 3 and 4.
Good afternoon. Question number 3. We suggested that the cultural and religious leader systems, if we talk about cultural systems, we mean Kotias and Sengas. Some of Kotias and Sengas are more dangerous to our people, and some of us imams and other religious leaders are more dangerous when they deliver the messages. So what we suggested is that we should be supported with knowledge and skills that overcomes barriers to transformative masculinities and femininities by faith champions who have discovered the problem. Then, number 4, the churches and mosques can identify the champions to do the trainings. B, conducting the trainings. C, evaluate the changes achieved and a plan to do better or more so that we can overcome the barriers of this thinking.
One of the things that I appreciate in this consultation is the openness that is here. Do you hear that? Yes, I said to some of the sheikhs, some of the other leaders, the Sengas, they are the Kojak, they mislead. I like this kind of openness. This is good for us. Next group, you want to hear this?
Thank you. To add on the strategies, we talked of the deliberate efforts in parenting the boy child and investing in the education of the girl child. And then on question 4, we said how the church can come in, or the mosque, how they can come in. We have to, there is need to support the marginalized groups of feeding information in the church congregation. We provide safe places for the victims, make use of the available groups in the church, and also train the church leaders or even the mosque leaders to be professional counselors so that the victims can come in and share with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we not repeat what the other members indicated. And for us, our addition to number 3, since most of the barriers come from cultural and religious beliefs, our main recommendation key strategy would be direct engagement of both cultural and religious leaders so that some of these beliefs that are counterproductive, we actually see how we can move around them other than being blocks. They now become the steps with which both boys and girls can actually be able to be supported. We also indicated that we need to have economic empowerment. The poorer the people, the easier it is to control. You have seen how a number of times these young women, when they're economically empowered, then this empowerment becomes their bargaining power to be able to negotiate between them and the men. Even when the men are saying, sorry, your produce, I need this money, they can be able to say, okay, you can have this, but the men is something. So that economic empowerment is crucial. Then our contribution to question 4 is we need to have tailored sermons and messages of encouragement from the religious leaders. And I will go back now to the pastoral letters that have always been coming out. If we could really make them very, very specific, that the messages that come out are uniform across board, across the country, then these tailored messages would be handy in ensuring that there's more of encouragement, more of who has done this well, who are the role models in the community, and the leaders would be able to emulate. And just as was indicated yesterday, we should not forget that if there is anybody that will command respect and it is given without question, it is the religious leader and even the cultural leader. So we can take advantage of that for the messages come out when they are well tailored, and this kind of encouragement would go a long way in promoting the constructive masculine and femininity. Thank you.
Wow, wow, thank you so much, everyone. Let's finish.
For us in our group, we looked at number 3, the strategies that we can employ. We looked at inclusive and participatory activities, the economic activities, political activities that can change the perception of the society in as way they look at the gender roles. Then we looked at the other thing of the national policies and plans that promote a level playing field for both men and women, that policies and plans that are gender sensitive and justice sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are hearing, let's clap for all of us. Let's clap, please. See that from our presentations, we would like to take a holistic approach in handling these issues. And thank you so much for taking time to deliberate deeply on this. Over to you, Professor Ezra. I believe you will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring our discussion to a close first and foremost by thanking all the groups for the very, very vibrant sharing. I just want to underscore the point that perhaps what we simply need to remember is that we are called to a ministry of bringing into being positive women and men in our society. I need to conclude by coming back to this special role that Uganda, an esteemed place that Uganda has in the history of Africa and the response to HIV. It was Uganda that provided leadership when the entire continent did not know what to do with HIV and AIDS. In fact, one of our former colleagues, Dr. Sue Perry, says that at that time, religious leaders spent more time burying the dead than admitting new people to the faith. So at a time when the entire continent was paralyzed, Uganda stepped up and provided leadership. Now the challenge, sisters and brothers, is to lead the continent again in supporting women and girls. I said and we said together, women are full human beings. Women and men are fearfully and wonderfully made in the image of God. It is my hope and prayer that as we follow the example of Jesus Christ, as we follow the example of the Prophet Muhammad, and may peace be upon him, we can remove stigma, we can promote human rights, so that we enter into an era where women and men can relate together in peace, justice, and harmony. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all, one and all, most sincerely for the opportunity to learn, for the opportunity to interact, and wish you a fruitful and continuing engagement. I hand back to our facilitators and thank you once again. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Ezra, from Zimbabwe. You see how God brings us together? How technology is the doing of God? I would like to invite you to stand. Please stand. Stand and stretch a bit. We are doing very well so far, and I believe the Lord is speaking, God is speaking to us as religious leaders from all fronts concerning these issues of stigma, human rights, HIV, communities, masculinities. So that water definitely, like we said yesterday, it's easier water. When I see untouched bottles, I get concerned because we need to drink a lot of water. I think Dr. Watiti, you can advise with regard to why water is very important in our bodies. It is life. So that means those who have been drinking water, they don't come like this morning. So please sit. Again, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Reverend Pauline, for taking us through this session. At exactly 12:30, we will have someone else come in to speak to us about human rights in relation to our area of focus as faith leaders, as religious leaders. But before she comes in, I would like us to take, to share what are we hearing as we go along. What is it that is coming through for you? What is striking? What is it that you are committing to go and do? What are you putting down? I know that our rapporteurs are doing a good job, but we also need to be picking our key points that we will go with. Let's take this moment to share. Do not feel limited. We just have a few minutes. Let's use those few minutes. We thank Reverend Pauline and Professor Ezra. They have done this intentionally so that we have a little more time to engage as we wait as the next speaker comes in. Yes, who is moving? John, where has John gone? Where is our other mic? Please, let's use these moments to, yes, please go ahead. She's there. What is it that is coming through? What is it that we are going back with? Our days are, we're counting down.
Thank you.
Okay, it's on. I'm thinking what is running in my mind. I wanted even to say it in the morning as we were in that session of listeners, is what Miss Y Plus said, that there is a goal, the tap is open, it is flowing, but there is need to close it or to lock it by 2030. And if we look at all that is happening, the stigmas and the new infections that are still going on, in my mind, I'm like, really, we need to put in more effort in whatever we are doing to see that 2030 becomes the dream that we have becomes a reality. Otherwise, the tap may continue flowing, yet we want to end it. So it is really running in my mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama. Bishop.
Yeah. I've seen that we need to work hard to spearhead this cause of fighting for women and girls, most especially my diocese where I come from. I've been, wherever I've been going, I've been talking about this, but I think I need to work hand in hand with some of you and this organization to see that we empower church leaders down there. During the lockdown, there is a man who gave away her daughter who was in, the girl was in senior. Is it true? Senior too. At first, one of the archdeacons fought for this girl. The man had wanted to marry her off when the girl was in primary. But during the lockdown, this man gave away that girl and was given 4 jerrycans of what's it called? Not wallets. It is in that type tondo. Michelle, 4 jerrycans and one jerrycan. So there is a lot of work to do there, but we are going to work hand in hand with many partners to see that we fight that and fight for gender violence and other. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate him. Yes, Mama.
I want to appreciate the idea of promoting transformation in grief among the male and female. I realized that in the past, especially culture and the mothers, we have been helping our girls very much. I was reflecting on what Jill said. Reverend Jill says, who helps the boys and who helps the girls. In the past, we have been taking keen interest in helping the girls. And in the end, we find with the fight we are in the end, the girls are suffering. We find the girls who have been helped are marrying the boys who are not helped. So I'm appreciating this training because it is bringing in the men to help us, to help both, so that in future, the couples will be helped girls and helped boys. I thank WCC.
Thank you so much. The boy child should not completely be forgotten. We see the bar going down. So please make a comment and then over to Mama.
As I took the microphone, I was really glad as Professor was presenting, because I realized that if we leave out the other sex, we should always incorporate the two. We know we have been really in the movement, gender equality, and then most of the times I realized we were really taking it as all the ladies who are leaving out the male sex. So today I realized that when I'm speaking about gender equality, I should make the other sex, that are the male sex, be part of what I'm speaking about.
Wow. Very, very revealing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think there is need to support the already existing programs, especially those who are helping the youth, both boys and girls.
especially the church has been doing it, but there's need to support those already existing programs, like the Friends of Planet Gideon and this Institute, Hope Institute. They are doing a lot of work for the youth and the boys and girls who are vulnerable. So I think if there are programs like that, they can be supported. So we ask the government to look into this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mama, organize the boys, organize the girls, and the government should support. Mr. Okuku, you are one, the plea of the religious leaders.
Oh, okay, yeah, over to that, David will come this up, this side.
Thank you very much. And to the two presenters, I think they've given us a piece of work. I want to applaud them for really raising their voices high on what needs to be done that can take us forward. The key that I think from their presentations for me is that we need to look at transformative programming and implementation. And for me, I think that speaks to the higher level thinking. How do we make sure that, for example, our national strategic plan digs deeper into some of the key issues? I know they are all captured in, but then how do we make sure that we take them from paper to real action? And then I think the other question that when they were presenting that kept coming into my mind is, where do we put our resources? Where do we put our hearts? And I think finally for me is the question of reflection. And one of the reflections that came in my mind, and of course we're acknowledging that I'm in a space where we are having all representatives from our faith sector, is that even when I'm not a strong believer, one of the things that I think I picked is that if we had Catholics and then Protestants broke away from Catholics, there must be a reason why that happened. And that if we are even having Muslims and we are having Pentecostals, it speaks to the fact that we cannot all think the same, we cannot go the same direction, but we agree to move forward as God's people. And therefore, it takes me to how do we make sure that we follow professors' way of looking at things in terms of how do we look at human beings as human beings, and how do we become tolerant with each other in a way that builds all of us and keeps us moving together towards achieving a common goal. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
We are coming this side. As we come this side, Madam Lillian has pointed out an important point. How do we make reality what we write? You know, we write very nice plans, but leaving them out, implementing them remains a challenge. And he was whispering to me while we were sitting here. We are here today. This is a national meeting, let's say a national forum. But what mechanisms can we put in place to reach the lower levels? The mosques down there at the parish level and the Maluka level, the parishes, the churches, how do we reach the leaders that are at those lower levels? How do we disseminate this information and we ensure that it reaches them? That is something that we really need to think about seriously and deeply so that it becomes a reality. Okay, so go ahead.
So for me, what has worked for me is that they are all actually we are all stakeholders in making girls and boys. So we cannot blame boys or who they are and complain about girls or who they are not, because it's all about our actions. So we ought to evaluate ourselves. What are our actions? Our actions make girls who they are and they make boys who they are. If we think that girls are inferior in the society, so that's the way they are going to be. Actually, according to the first presentation, they told us that the society has been so consistent, aggressive in promoting inequalities in the society. But for us, we have been so consistent, aggressive in talking about these inequalities, writing them down, but we have not gone to the ground to change our mentalities, to change the perception of the society. So we ought to be stakeholders in promoting girls and boys. We should encourage participatory activities where we bring both men and women on board than complaining that girls are this and boys are not this. So we ought to encourage participatory activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I could feel a bit of emotion as she was sharing. These are very, very...
It's called righteous anger.
Right. From the professor, Reverend Canon, Doctor. Hey, Dr. Professor. So, a holy anger. These are very, very pertinent issues. Thank you so much. I would like to, anyone else? We don't want to leave anyone behind. So, you're the last one. Oh, okay. Where should I start? So there are three people who are going to give the valuable transition to something else.
Thank you very much. I am so happy that what we have been discussing here about the cultural leaders actually has been one of the things I've been doing and I'm not knowing. And just last day, we had a problem in my region, the district, whereby the cultural leaders wanted to pass out something that should be done at the burial ceremonies. When someone dies, they should announce that that person has died of HIV, and everyone at the ceremony knows. When that thing came out and we heard on the radio, we as the young people living HIV in that region, we went to the district and complained, and we had a meeting together with them. They started claiming to us that they started asking us how much we are going to come and say that we are HIV positive. But in a while, they agreed and that thing was stopped. And we started engaging them in our activities where we could pick a religion, cultural leader, and we got for a really talk show about stigma and some other things. But I've just found out right now that I can still do more with them because I can involve them also in gender equality because the society look up to them. Then I've also found out that I should go ahead and work with the religious leaders in the fight. And one thing that I just wanted to pass out to the house is that we've been discussing a lot and we have been noting a lot, but I request, please don't let it end from this room, let it go to the grassroots. Because when I discuss from here, hands in this room and remains in the cellar, doesn't reach your home. Let it go to your grassroots, because we can't change the community at once, but you can do it together with me, slowly and gradually, are going to be the best that you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the boldness in which we speak these things. Can you imagine when our leaders discourage us in such a manner? Did you hear what he said? This is what we need to be fighting against. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. One of the things I have seen coming out very clearly is gender disparity. And I realize that it is what I see is sponsoring the stigma, it is sponsoring the abuse of the human rights, it is sponsoring the discrimination. So I think what we should be, the approach we should use is, let's go back to the drawing board and say, in the beginning,
there was somebody responsible for creation. And we see from the Bible that it tells us that he created them both, male and female. So there was no disparity at that level. All these are creations that are coming out. So I think our fight should be in that direction. Let us fight gender discrimination. Thank you very much. What's the last?
Thank you so much. I've known a lot of things as urban refugees. I want to thank you so much for this program, because some of us are community leaders and vulnerable at the same time. We have learned a lot of things, and we have acquired a lot of knowledge about it. I remember we talked of discrimination, which is very common within us refugees, with the people who are living with HIV/AIDS, and those who are also gender-based violence, very, very common in our areas. We have seen the professors touching about the culture. It has really helped me and bolded me on how I can go and face people in my community and talk to them. It has given me courage. This program, I have learned a lot of things. And it says we need to protect the dignity of young women and boys. I've really acquired a lot of things. We are seeing here it's not only girls who are tortured or young women, even young boys. So with the knowledge I have acquired, I pray that God give me this courage to go back to my community and not to be silent on what I have acquired, but to spread more to the community in order my own people to benefit and the community that have hosted us. Because it is not only the victims who are going through this, but even other nationals. We see them how they are going. They are having a lot of problems. And my request is, I wish if a such program, all the religious leaders can also reach out to the vulnerable and speak to them, because people are dying out there. We really need your help. We can be like mouthpiece to you, but sometimes people who are affected, they need to see people who are talking to them. They need to know these are the people who are like our class, who are also affected, to talk to them directly. Thank you. Hello. Can we stand up? Yes, let's stand up for straight and yes. And if you would like to take a bathroom break, please go ahead. Go ahead, walk out, take a bathroom break. In the next 2 minutes, return, and then we will finalize our morning sessions with the last session. So please, just 2 minutes and you will return back. So, like the 2 minutes are over. Hello, everyone from every corner of Shira. Please come back. We invite you back from every corner of Estella in Shira district. The 2 minutes are done, 2 minutes are done, friends. Please return to the room. Everyone make enough there. Hello, wherever you are, please come in. Our 2 minutes are done. Hey, friends, we are going to start without you. So we are here.
Stand up. We jumped up. For you.
I want to give you. Friends, we just to let you know that we have started. Okay. Please take your seats. Take your seats. I know how warm we can be here in Uganda. Very warm, we greet, we catch up, we check how the chicken and the goats are. And that is all very, very good. Okay, so friends, thank you for the engagement that we have had since morning. We are doing well. The engagements are deep. And that is very good. Hello? Hello, hello? So we are almost concluding. We are almost concluding the day. And like I mentioned to us this afternoon, we are going to discuss a little more about human rights. Human rights in this context of HIV and AIDS and stigma. So we are privileged to have someone who I know personally, who I watched grow, who I know loved God dearly, who I know is very intelligent, yet very humble, very social, very approachable. And because of that, the Lord has lifted her to do great things in this country. So we really appreciate God that Mrs. Dora Tonto Musinguzi is with us this afternoon. And I'd like to invite her so that we will, those who took the break and we have extended it, let us, I think, forgive them and we continue. But they are going to miss that, and I can promise. So welcome, Vera, you're welcome. We're happy to have you. Please clap.
Good afternoon, women and ladies of faith. I'm very, very pleased and grateful for the honor to be able to be here and to be able to share with you. I indeed, as Hope says, thank you, Hope, for that very gracious welcome. Indeed, I'm a woman of faith. And I'm a woman of faith from when I was a little girl to now. And I respect all people of faith. I respect the work that you put in and the way you do your service, and this is all faith. So it's been 10 years this year when I started my work with Uganda Network on Law, Ethics, and HIV/AIDS. It is an organization that focuses on all the issues that you've been talking about since you got here, about human rights, reduction of stigma, challenging discrimination in the context of HIV. And through this work, I have learned that this topic is deeply, deeply important. It's actually at the core of what we need to do to end AIDS. So for you to spend time deliberating, thinking, looking at the structures, finding where the power is, you've had great presentations from all doctors and professors. I was coming in once in a while online to hear what has been going on, and you've really had a useful 3 days. So thank you for prioritizing this and for being here. I also want, before I speak, to really recognize the people that have led us. 10 years into this work, we have been led and inspired by the people that have taught us through their example and through their leadership. I was so honored to come in and quickly see Canon Gideon. Canon Gideon, thank you for your leadership, for being an outstanding religious leader that have changed the narrative for us. People that you've inspired like me that have devoted all my professional life to be able to work on HIV, human rights, and stigma for this community that I dearly love. Thank you so much. And maybe to take this opportunity to also thank you, the faith community that has stood with Canon Gideon, that has given him a forum and recognized his leadership. We really, on behalf of people that work with him every day to push the frontiers, the faith community, you're amazing. Thank you for giving us one of you that has deeply represented what the community needs to represent. In the same vein, I wanted to recognize Lillian Wareko. She's my senior sister. Have gone places and done things because of Lillian. Lillian has offered me a forum and a place to lead and make my contribution. Thank you, Lillian, for being a great leader that has also inspired us as younger women behind you to be able to make the contribution. Dr. Watiti, my boss, thank you for your support in all ways. Dr. Watiti has served on the Uganda board for the last 10 years. He recently retired about a week ago. He was always believing, always supportive, but beyond being a board member, he has been extremely useful as his life individual, his person and his example and his story. We appreciate you, Dr. Watuti. And of course, Stella Kentosi, the leader of the National Forum. We look for money together. We've spent nights working and ensuring that this work goes on. So thank you, Stella, for your consistent fight over the many years. If I am 10, she's probably like 30 no more. So thank you, Stella, and all of you that are indeed in this space. And if I have spoken and I'm speaking mostly to the Christian faith, I want to say that I recognize the men of God, the men of Allah that are in this place for your leadership. I don't know if it's just two of you, but clearly you're such a great example that you are in this space. This is the first forum that I have spoken in, and they are Muslim religious leaders. But just to mention to you that our vice chairperson at Uganet has been Dr. Yusuf Nsumuka, and he's the founder, the true founder of Uganet, that had a conversation about an organization that needed to be started to address violations. And he ran and mobilized lawyers and judges to come and form Uganet. To that extent, if you know him, Haj Yusuf Nsumuga, the outgoing commissioner of the Ministry of Education, please tell him that we are proud of him. Thank you very much. So I want to start my short talk this afternoon with a short video. A short video that summarizes probably the picture that we are addressing from a human rights legal perspective. I am a lawyer, and we work on cases of understanding HIV from the legal perspective. Our battle for the last many years has been about addressing laws that criminalize, discriminate, and actually look at people living with HIV as terrible people, harmful people. And because we've not had a lot of success, the laws continue to add one by one. Just last week, no, 2 weeks ago, but I think this month of May, another law was passed, the Sexual Offences Bill, and of the people that are being targeted are also people living with HIV, are also sex workers. I'm sure that by the time you're on day 2 or day 3, you've looked at the vulnerable people in our communities who are mostly affected by HIV, affected by the social norms and the cultural norms that we've been talking about. The professor that spoke this morning was talking about the position of women and all kinds of women who find themselves as underdogs. All these vulnerable people, when the law comes on their head, it bites a lot more. It sits a lot more. And this has been a story for people living with HIV and other vulnerable communities. Before I can just make, I hope that the streaming goes well. It is just about 7 to 10 minutes. Kindly watch it. It will summarize what I need to say, and then we can conclude. Thank you so much.
people suffer different layers of discrimination, and it's our role to be able to address it.
Gulu district, located in northern Uganda, is a hub of activity. In the center of the town is this high court. In this courtroom, is living with HIV virus. It is judged with aggravated violence for 2 years. Today is judgment day.
Knew your condition, but nevertheless, you committed an act that is to transmit that infection, child, younger than you, only 2 years, and therefore find that 3 years.
It is a moment of grief for Patrick. The Honorable Justice has found him and judged as a juvenile offender. Patrick released on probation. He is bound to be of good news. He will remain in custody with his biological father, and he is about to return to his mother's home. The victim is 18 years old. For Patrick, this is a romantic story. He can barely say goodbye to his mother. As a father, he believes it's close to accepting people with HIV/AIDS and give them necessary support. Patrick's story is just a few of the many who are being criminalized for their positive living with the HIV virus. He is at this new home in Kindu district, which is several kilometers away from his mother. The pain and loneliness is unbearable. HIV criminalization is a pervasive demonstration of stigma and discrimination against these marginalized group of people. In October this year, there was a unusual similar case. In the suburbs of Naweru, Kisumu, 23-year-old Sharon Muhindo was arrested for allegedly breastfeeding a baby with intentions of spreading a dangerous disease. Sharon is living with HIV and has been happily married to her husband Daniel. They do not have a child yet. For 3 months, Sharon has been remanded to a zero prison.
This accusation is the reason she was taken to jail, because they thought she had breastfed children since she spent time with them, and others said she cut herself and smeared them with her infected blood, and that's the reason why she was taken to jail.
The brutal violence, for better or for worse, is what drives Daniel. He wakes up every day in the company of Uganet to seek for Sharon's freedom.
I'm so worried for my life in prison. We would have encouraged each other to take medication, but the fact that she's far away from me is quite difficult for me.
Uganet envisions a Uganda free of human rights abusers in the context of health and HIV, and they have come in handy to support Sharon and Daniel. Sharon has been granted bail but still believes she is being persecuted because of being HIV positive.
Exactly. When my results were released, I was found to be HIV positive, and I accepted it because it was the first time I was learning about it. I have never breastfed any child because I have never given birth.
Criminalization of people with HIV is otherwise a trend that is worrying different parties fighting for human rights.
The presumption of innocence at the moment that when you get told that the person is infected, at that point you are murderer, you are killer, our work every day is to ensure that we challenge HIV discrimination, HIV criminalization, and all forms of vulnerability that affects people differently.
UGANET, under one of its pillars, promoting legal aid and community justice, have addressed Sylvia's alleged sad tale. Sylvia was arrested in Bulu as when she had gone for a picnic. She was convicted and jailed in Kidgum prison.
Eunice Lagot came here and reported that the two ladies who slept in her room are suspected to have HIV. And she took her child to her family doctor who advised her to give the child, and were arrested there and then.
Sylvia now regrets having gone to Bulu. She believes this was a setup and she is being criminalized.
Your case is a serious one. I cannot give you. Those were the reasons they gave me. I took life easy, was returned to prison, but I did not give up.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, for the last 2 days, you have been looking at stigma in relation to HIV and in relation to human rights as faith communities. So I will share my presentation later, but allow me to just walk you through it. I will revisit to connect the dots of what we've been talking about, discrimination, stigma, and human rights. Then have a reflection on the legal environment, have a reflection on how stigma unfolds and the impact it has had on communities, and then end by making proposals to the faith communities on what they can pick up in regard to human rights and the legal environment. So quickly, in terms of stigma, I will not labor to explain, by now it is very clear, but maybe start at the level of discrimination to connect the dots of how stigma becomes a legal issue, how stigma becomes a human rights issue. Once communities are stigmatized, once individuals are stigmatized, that stigma is an enactment of discrimination. Stigma is a process of undermining, devaluing, shaming, looking at somebody because you believe they are HIV positive, they are a subject of devaluation and undermining. And because of that, what the actions that follow stigma is that the stigma translates into discrimination. So you start with stigma, and stigma enacts discrimination. Now, when you discriminate a person on the basis of their status, you are violating their human rights. That is how I can simply connect the dots for you. This country is governed by a constitution. Article 20 of Article 21 of Uganda's constitution says that no person shall be treated differently on the basis of their age, of their gender, of their tribe, or any other status. And this value, which is in our constitution, Article 21 of Uganda's constitution, is only a reproduction of an international human rights standard, which says that men and women, we are born equal. We have equal rights and equal protection under the law. So nobody should be discriminated. Due to stigma, nobody should be undervalued, and the constitution of this country would protect that young boy you saw. The constitution should have protected Smithy and Sharon, the ones you saw, but they were not given equal treatment under the law on the basis of HIV. So it is real. What you're discussing here this week is real in communities. It is hurting women and men, boys and girls in very destructive ways that you may never know. So sometimes stigma and discrimination, I saw that this meeting referenced a lot the Nafupano study on the stigma index, the attitudes that people have in communities, whether people now these days feel stigmatized. Yes, things are a bit better. We are probably not talking about the 1995 situation, but stigma and discrimination have taken another shape and have actually been emboldened because of the laws that have been put in place in the recent years. So when we should actually have been coming out of the 1995 situation where people living with HIV were easily looked at, your body structure could tell you're HIV positive. The way you looked could tell you're HIV positive. So this stigma would come because people were not touching, not feeding you well, not allowing you to feed in the same utensils. That stigma has probably been pushed on the side. The new subtle stigma is one which is indirect, unfortunately one which is legislated in our law books. And that is why the question was in 2014, when a law on HIV was passed, were we showing progress from where we're coming from, or were we actually retarding the progress the country has made? So that is the very important connection between stigma, discrimination, and human rights. Human rights at the international standard. This is the international human rights law that says all men, all women are equal and they should be treated with dignity. Dignity is the core part of human rights. To look at me as an individual and say you are dignified. And for men of faith, this is what you do every day. This is why this is a core subject in the faith perspective, because we dignify human beings every day. You don't want people to be covered with shame. You comfort, you reach out. That is what we do as people of faith. Mothers Union, who is here, when you see your friend and your colleague is crying and life has challenged them, women of faith will go and support this woman. Why? Because you're trying to cover shame for her. You're trying to dignify for her. You want her to still look a woman, and they tell you, please put on smart your suit and go to church. Mothers Union is trying to dignify you. When it has come to communities impacted by HIV, households which are impacted by HIV, what we see today is the shaming, undressing, removing dignity, like you saw the women crying on video here. These women, Sharon had not delivered any child, was just in a new relationship with a man. And because Sharon liked children, was playing on a musigo with someone's children. And then someone found Sharon with a child trying to get into her breasts. She went quickly and said, hey, Sharon is breastfeeding someone's child. And they did that situation around the baby. You know how babies can fight and even import into someone's breasts. Two women came like, why are you breastfeeding someone's child? And in no minute there was confusion and people called LC1. We found her breastfeeding someone's child. Sharon had not even had a baby. She was not yet. If you've not had a child, you can't have any breast milk. But quickly, because I think she was known or suspected to be HIV positive, quickly LC1 came, quickly police came, quickly NBS was there. Those of you who remember this story, it was everywhere. It got reported in the newspapers. What was the story? The story was that she was HIV positive and she's been caught breastfeeding a baby. For us who understand that HIV creates shame, it removes all the dignity. When we started, before we got it on TV, we looked until we got Sharon in a prison cell. A week after it had happened, and she told us the story. She said, for sure, I was only playing with this child. For sure, I didn't do anything. And yes, when they tested me, I was found to be positive. It took about 2 months to get Sharon from the prison cell. But good enough, as you have seen, the husband really loved her. She followed up and ensured that we gave her support. And Sharon, up to this day, no court has ever called her back. So had nobody ever followed up, to this day, this woman would be lingering in prison. And every day we ask, how many Sharons happened? And you never get to know, and you never get support. And they are in New Zealand because of stigma. Stigma which causes discrimination. discrimination which causes human rights violation. That is just one story. So because people now are not being dignified enough, that is how you find that many ways, this is just direct on the issue of criminalization. But how come it is an issue to deal with? It is a mental, attitudinal issue. Stigma is an issue of bias, and stigma is an issue of attitude, and these attitudes lead into practices. The practices that dehumanize. If you're a head teacher and your teacher is HIV positive and you're scared he will give it to the children who he teaches, the students, and the head teacher really harasses the teacher until they can leave the school. We have addressed those cases. Teachers who can no longer teach because it starts in conversations of two people, it reaches the that place where all teachers sit, the staff room, it reaches the head master, and in no moment a teacher can no longer teach. There's been a biases that what if this teacher harms the children or the students that is teaching. We have had teachers demoted from being a matron because they sleep with children on the assumed basis that this one is HIV. They demote her from being a matron because the matron comes with another addition. On top of teaching, you get a little allowance of being a matron. Those cases, we have addressed. We have addressed cases of children who are given a special uniform. When it's time for cleaning in a school, put on your uniform. We will know that you're positive, so you should not go to pick grass when everybody is picking grass. But do you know what that makes to the children? Everybody says the ones in the red sweater are positive. That is why they are not coming to help with the self-help projects in the school. So those practices that we see every day, what our leaders say every day, I'm sure in your districts you have had all these challenging words from district leaders. About 2 years ago was the LC5 chairman of Gulu, who actually mentioned that for him, he's advising the president not to give, I think, allowances to people living with HIV at a level 50 because they are causing loss in terms of economic resources. Open on a microphone speaking to people and daily monitor quoting him. Sometimes our leaders say words and like, did we just hear right? Did you as a leader just mention that you're advising the president because you're under this stroke, LC5, that particular people in your community should be treated differently? We hear these words come because of attitudes are being translated into practices. And that is what brings me to the legal environment. That is the next point to note. What is the legal environment? A legal environment is the combination of laws, policies, and practices of communities. So religious leaders, especially given that you are leaders and every day you hold this microphone and every day you lead people in devotion, it means that you're part of the larger legal environment. This is a consultation. My question to you is, how many times have you found yourselves in situations that send a message that is negative on HIV? It happens because usually people who hold this microphone unfortunately find themselves devaluing, undermining, knowingly or not knowingly, people living with HIV and those vulnerable to HIV. So that is where the legal environment comes in. And what is the legal environment so far in Uganda? I have mentioned to you that in 2014, a specific law was passed on HIV, HIV Prevention and Control Act number 1 of 2015. This May, I think around the 3rd of May, the Sexual Offences Bill was passed by Parliament and is waiting the President's assent. It might be assented to, it may not be assented to. It also increases those issues that criminalize people living with HIV. Why? Why is it that the bigger majority sit down and pass a law that would have the effects like you have seen? They don't know. The biases, the attitudes, people have not really had the conversation we've had in this room to know that usually you will think people living with HIV are bad. Sometimes why they are bad is because of what the environment has done. But believe me, as you have already had, and I think had the conversation, I shouldn't be repeating, being HIV positive does not relegate you to being evil, to have a bad mind, to be able to create harm. But in a parliament of 364, when it is put to vote, many say, no, put a section for those who are bad to be able to be captured, arrested, and treated in this fashion. A layman would say, that's okay, why are they transmitting? Anybody who transmits should be punished. It is not a perfect world. The one who does it knowingly, intentionally to harm, will not be caught. Just the 5 examples in this film, why we made this film, is that none of these 5 people should have been in prison the way they were in prison. The first story was a boy of 11 years, and that one is someone who has got a conviction. All these women, by the time we took it to court looked at the evidence, looked at what people said, and said, you're innocent. But by the time court released them, you have had for Sharon, for Sylvia, she had already had a conviction of 7 months and had added another 2 months, there were 9. So all her life up to this day, by the way, this lady has never normalized. Her actions, you've tried to follow her up, she's not okay. She has not normalized at all. The trauma of they go through to resettle to be a human being in the community, it ceases by the processing that we are called a killer, put in TV as a killer, put in every newspaper as a killer. That doesn't leave their minds. This little boy who is only 11 years, I even wonder how his future is going to be. The story of the 11-year-old boy was also another unfortunate situation. Warring households in a police setting. How do you know how police units be? One house after another. So this boy's father is a policeman. And there was another policeman. So this young boy went to another one's house. And there was a little girl of 5 years. And as children, I think that they were watching television, and then there were funny dances on the television. And this boy, I really don't get it properly, but I think there was a situation that didn't look good to the maid between this boy and the young girl of 6. So the maid reported that, you know, this boy comes here and I've seen what he's doing to the child. And out of that anger, knowing the power of police and whatever, in 2 days, this boy was arrested and taken to Kitco. Probably what was happening in that household was wrong. It was terrible. It should have gotten any intervention, religious or other, counseling or other, parents meeting or other. But we decry the fact that the intervention which was chosen was to take a child to a remand home, an 11-year-old boy. And quickly was before a judge. We followed up. By the time we reached the judge, it was too late. The testimony, the maid who saw her first was not allowed. She had already been chased by the time the hearing happens. So the one who should have given proper evidence of what the boy did to the girl did not come through. And that is how that little boy, who is 11 years, has a conviction due to his HIV positive status. Every day I wonder, will this boy ever recover and be a man and be a religious leader and have a job and work? I don't know. Will this mark of criminalization and discrimination make him a useful part of this country? Is he going to be even more emboldened and do worse things? I don't know. Could there have been better leadership? In that situation, could Mothers Union have intervened and created a better response in that case? I leave it to you. So ladies and gentlemen, when stigma is not queried, questioned, it leads to harm of life. But in the broader context of the legal environment, so there is a wars that are happening because of the laws. Those are bigger wars in parliament, we will keep pushing against them. Some are happening because of our policies, and these are policies of all institutions. Institutions, for example, are getting better in Ministry of Health. They are trying to reach everybody where they can. And they are actually now making human rights for all. Forgive me to say if I mention the names that may not be accepted in this space. The science has recognized that HIV is a lot in sex workers. So Ministry of Health has put policies to find health workers. They realize that HIV is increasing in the minority, sexual minorities. Ministry of Health has said, no, instead of closing the gap it's opening, let's take services to these people. And those are policies that are trying to reduce the stigma, because when I'm a doctor and I say, I don't want you to die, I want to help you, the person actually gets dignified. And they can actually come forward, receive services, receive medicines, and they don't die. That's the level of policies. There are policies in the Ministry of Gender, targeting children, targeting communities, targeting leaders. And I think maybe this is where also cultural leaders and traditional leaders come. What are the policies coming through your institution that can deal with stigma? That is a big question for this house. We have seen that the Religious Council, Interreligious Council of Uganda, they issue pastoral letters to their communities on these issues. And these are policy issues because they are coming through high-level institutions. The question for us in this consultation is, how can we foster the ones that increase more dignity, more hope, more sustenance to the people that need them, the vulnerable communities, the ones always left behind, the ones who have no power? That is the issue of policy. And this group of religious leaders, you can pass different policies at your different levels. The third area of legal environment is the practices, the one I've mentioned, and all of us will fall there. Your attitude, your bias, your practices, day and night, create the legal environment. So all these issues were practices that led people into prison. Those were practices of individual people. And maybe since this is a consultation, the question could be, as faith groups, how do we reduce the impact of the legal environment on people living with HIV and the other common groups? My time is up. Thank you for showing me. I'm going to finish quickly. How has stigma unfolded? What are the lived realities? A few of the lived realities, we have seen them, but we have seen more lived realities on the issue of balance of power. What HIV has created a situation to really understand power dynamics. And power dynamics are a call where each leader needs to ask. When you're ever brought with an issue to deal with, kindly look for the power issues. Scratch beneath the surface and look at where the problem could have been. The leader's call is not to take things the way it has been reported to you. In these cases that we've seen, the 5, discrimination took root because whoever received these cases believed the first story, didn't ask. And if they had asked, like the court asked, they would have released the people, but they did not. So what does power ask us to do? And how has power played out? Power puts the already vulnerable down. They become more vulnerable. They lose power, they lose voice. And this is where stigma has thrived. This is where discrimination has thrived in the already vulnerable. The already vulnerable, as we saw this morning, gender is a big actor of power dynamics. That is why we always see that the women are more impacted in our HIV incidence of this country. The last that I checked, you will advise me if I'm wrong, Hope Uganda AIDS Commission. But the last study was showing that the ratio of men to women who are living with HIV for women, it is 8.0, and for men, it is 6.4. That gives us an average of about 7.3. So if you look at who is mostly impacted, it will be the female gender. Yes, today we had in the morning that actually those succumbing more are men, because of the power issue, they don't go to seek services. But the ones who are getting more HIV in this country, the ones who are getting more infected are the women. That talks to the power question that we need to always balance when understanding the stigma and human rights issues. When you're not powerful, when you can't challenge, when you can't question, when you can't go to a lawyer, challenge a magistrate, challenge a police officer, you will end up in prison. That is why so far of all the cases that have gone to court, only women cases have gone, plus this little boy of 11. He had no power. The family had no power. You've seen the setting to challenge the court. So power is one way where violations breed, is one way where stigma thrives, is one way where discrimination thrives. Every leader should be asking the questions around power. But what have we seen around power dynamics? More challenges around land ownership. Women are disinherited, they don't own property as much. It is still a big issue. I don't know if we have big representations from the Northern Uganda community. About last year, there was a conversation around the place of widow inheritance in relation to HIV. And cultural leaders, we are really pushing a position you wouldn't expect in this day and time. Still around power dynamics that precipitate women to actually lose ownership around property. Workplaces, I've given examples around HIV in the workplace. It's going to be a community celebration next week about the candlelight. The candlelight celebration will be focusing on discrimination in workplaces. Believe me, you people are still being chased out of work. Maids in homes are being chased out of those homes. People in white-collar jobs are still being undervalued because they come up as HIV positive. So the issue of power dynamics, even in institutions, it is a critical issue because that is where stigma and discrimination is still coming. So what is my last call in this short conversation? Is to just remind the faith communities that discrimination may not be what we saw it in 1990. It is coming in new subtle ways of violation. It may not be because of how I look, but it is how I think. Attitudes, biases, and the way people think are translating into negative practices, and that needs to be questioned. That's the key message, if you could take that from this presentation. The other key message for the faith communities is that now that the illegal environment that breeds more stigma, that breeds more discrimination is here with us in the country. After seeing just a few examples, what is the role of faith communities in ensuring that we challenge the legal environment? It is harsh. Every day it gets harsher. If what passed this month is coupled to what passed in 2015, believe me, it is a layer of another layer. Can poor people who can't afford lawyers go through this level in our communities, as you know? It will be very difficult. That is the big battle that is before you as leaders to make a contribution. What about that community, the stigma and discrimination that's in our communities, that's in our households? Are we willing to be who we are as faith communities, to create a world of support on families being shamed, families being undermined? Can we always as faith stand up and say something different? Of the cases you saw, I believe if I was a leader, a faith leader, to say something in such cases, probably they wouldn't have ended where they ended. This is where I will end my presentation. Yes.
Clear the slides. Do religious leaders have legal power? I want to Dora, how can religious leaders be supported? You know, as religious leaders, our eyes are on the word of God, fellowship, you know, encouragement. So how can the religious leaders feel empowered and approach these legal things with firmness? Who is supporting us? Who is pushing us? We want to know. First of all, let's appreciate her. Let's first appreciate her. When Dora is speaking about these things, she has a lot of passion, she has a lot of pain, and I could see from your faces that you are moved. From day one to this day, things are coming into reality. And we keep asking ourselves, what can we do? What can we do differently? Dora, how can religious leaders in this country be supported with legal issues? Where can we go? They will speak, but how do they move from here? When Bishop Yonai speaks, what next? What more can we do? When my Bishop from China speaks, what else can he do? When our AIDS partners from PEPFAR, from UNH, from SA, when there is an issue, what else can they do? Because we really need to form a force that can be reckoned with. Anything you want to highlight? Anyone? What can we do legally? Thank you, Doctor. As we are closing this up, I think we need to see what can we do? How can we leave this place feeling very empowered? And we can also get into the legal realm without fear or favor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dora, for that very eloquent presentation. As for faith, I think one of the things that could be done, we should do, is the issue of advocacy. Being able to speak out, bring out these stories. They wish articulated them, and these things happen in our communities. But we keep quiet because we don't. I mean, because we are not empowered. But I think to me, what comes to my mind, the issue of safer, having compassion. That's the word I was trying to remember your former place. Compassion. You know, Jesus, when he saw people who were hungry, he had compassion on them. So really paid them that people are in the world, in the desert, but they are hungry. So he spoke out and they did something. The other one who comes in mind is the issue, the man called Nehemiah. Now he did advocacy for his people because they were overtaxed. He really spoke out here saying that these people are being overtaxed. This is in the Bible. And I'm sure we need to look out for such opportunities to be able to speak. Tell people that this is a lot of suffering here because of these unfair laws. The laws are there, but sometimes the way they are enforced, some people overzealously do it. For example, these cases, you know, one would wonder why we don't push it backwards for people who arrested people wrongly when the case was thrown out. Should they also be charged with the wrongful arrest? Those are some of the issues that come to mind. But I think the white advocacy, what comes to mind, I see a man like Abraham doing the same for a very wicked town called Sodom and Gomorrah. They trying to influence God not to destroy it in case there were some people who would, of course, didn't create the numbers, but I'm sure they themselves are seated with money. That's what.
Thank you so much. The comment from Bishop, Mothers Union, and then Bishop, and Bishop and Mothers Union, and then for now we'll end. We must meet after them.
I want to add on what Dr. Stephen Watiti has said, the question of advocacy. And as Dora was presenting these laws, which are very discriminative, 2014, a law is passed. As a church, we don't know. Now you are speaking of this month. How many of us even did know that there was a debate, that there was a bill? I think also we need to come out with a strategy where unjust laws are going to be passed. We share with the church leaders, with church institutions, and we have faith leaders, so that we can have a combined effort on how to fight such unjust laws. I know, like, for example, in the Uganda Joint Commission Council, I don't know whether it is a law, but a policy which the Ministry of Education wanted to introduce some form of reproductive something. And there were some aspects of it that were not acceptable to us as a church. And we met in the Uganda Joint Commission Council and really put a memorandum and had a negotiation. I remember in 2008, I'm giving testimony now, the ministry, we were going to pass a new bill on education, the Education Act. I was then the chairman of the Education Committee in the Uganda Joint Commission Council. And the government was going to pass a law where if they want to take our school, if as a church we want to take a school founded by a church from being government aided to run it ourselves, we must pay all the money that the government has spent on that school. And we said that's unfair. So we met with the Minister of Education at that time, I think it was Kasam Bodam. We met with members of Parliament who are on the Education Committee. At one time we threatened, if this bill is passed, we will wear our cassocks and go in the streets, the government listen to us. If you look at the Education Act of 2008 of education, the church, the owners, as churches, we own our churches, for our schools. Sorry. The government cannot, for example, post a head teacher in a school which is founded by the church or by the Muslim. We have that power. There is consultation. So the point I'm trying to drive home is such things, you as Uganet and whatever, you should always, also in your advocacy program, reach out the religious institutions, reach out church leaders, so that we can have a combined effort to say no to unjust laws. That's the contribution I wanted to make.
Thank you, Bishop. Awareness. We need the leaders are aware of what is going on. That is very important. So as we conclude this, I would like us therefore to take a step, reach Dora, whisper to her, not just whispers to you, how we can make this work. The Uganda Protect the Christian Lawyers, it is there, all these bodies, how can they be of support? One word.
Yeah, as faith leaders, as church leaders, there's a lot of work that we can do. One is to be the spokespersons, to be the voices of all these people that we are talking about, the Patricks, the Sharons. We are the same church leaders who should be our voices, their voices, because God is counting on us to speak on their behalf. But also, secondly, we are still, as church leaders, as faith leaders, we still have the responsibility of sensitizing people, of sensitizing our people on the referral pathways. When they go through this, what are they supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go for support? Because they are, the legal system is right from down.
It's not like it's directly to court. It all begins from the LC1. So we have all this kind of work to do as faith leaders to our congregants. But also that we have a lot of prevention work to do, because now that is response, but we can do a lot of preventive measures to our people, raising awareness on how can we avoid this kind of discrimination? How can we encourage positive living so that even those who have HIV are also not malicious enough to do all those acts, but also to encourage non-discrimination amongst our families. So there's a lot that we can do as church leaders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you allow me 1 minute, please? I wanted to postpone our discussions for the afternoon. Dora is not going to be here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is thank you, Dora, for raising that, for bringing the emotions in the room, and for showing us what is happening now. I think for me, in this room, we are speaking to the converted. And I want us to acknowledge that all the people and the religious people in this room, since I came in yesterday, I can 100% assure you that these are converted. These are the people that are on our side. These are the people that we need to work with to bring many more out there who are not yet on our side. And I agree that Uganda and team need to reach out more often, but I think we need to work on the attitude out there. What do the majority of faith people think about certain groups of people, including people living with HIV? And for me, that is a genuine, deep analysis that I think Dora is calling us to rightly get out and speak to and then find the solution to. Because we can talk for all the time we are going to be here, but people in this room have already told us and shown us that is where we should be. But how do we make sure that when we talk about sexuality issues, all the faith are not going to look at it as a moral issue, but they are going to look at what does it mean in terms of the population, in terms of our congregation, in terms of the response against HIV and AIDS. How do we make sure that the congregation, recently I've been listening and you listen and then you really realize, okay, I think we are getting there. To the extent that our faith community, I think, needs to educate itself to be relevant to the citizens and to the people that they are leading. And therefore, they need to make sure that they have the evidence that is needed. Because as a faith person, when he speaks and refers to the Bible and brings that to the reality of HIV, of COVID, believe me, everybody is going to listen. And therefore, there is need for reaching out to a broader group of faith. And I want to challenge that maybe we need to get back to critiquing the role of interreligious council in the current state and situation, with the new evidence that we have, with new information that we have, what should be their role? That is one. And secondly, and lastly, I get confused when I'm speaking as somebody, but it's okay. And lastly, how do we make use of other institutions that we have? And I want to challenge now, Canon Gideon, that we have UNARERA. There's a place for UNARERA to do the advocacy that we are talking about, to challenge the status quo that we find ourselves in as a faith community, and to be our leader in probably some of these things. So for me, it is a call to action that UNARERA and ANARERA take your position yourselves, leaders where you need to be, and rally and engage our interreligious council to play a better and bigger role within the current context. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I know you have answered the gap of Dora. Can we appreciate ourselves? So much for your engagement. I will encourage that as we go for lunch, you approach Dora. If you have any issue, any question, any consultation, let it continue. I will be with us for lunch, and then you. She says she's not going to be with us, but she will leave us with her contact, and then we will see how we can follow up with her. So we are going to take a photo from behind this time with our black t-shirts for Black Thursday. Thursdays in black towards a world without rape and violence. So we are going to take a photo from behind in front of the banner there, and then we'll go for lunch. We will return at 2:35. So that means that the next 10 minutes are going to be for the photo studio and moving down for lunch. And then lunch will be 35 minutes. Is that okay? Are we in agreement? Why are we not in agreement? We prioritize it. We prioritize what now, lunch or the program after lunch? Both. So you want, how much time do you want?